The moment has just about arrived. The Outlaws Sim Series season opener presented by Bay State Limousine is near. And what venue other than the virtual World Center of Racing to play host for it? 150 laps, 375 miles of pack racing action is upon us, and it's all here on Pit Stop TV. Good evening all, and welcome to the virtual Daytona Beach, Florida. Devin Zimmerman joins me on the call this evening, Ed Sure on our social media coverage. And Devin, it's opening day for the Outlaws Sim Series, and I'm stoked to call these races with you as always. I'm excited for another season of Outlaws Racing. We've had quite a hectic speed weeks, thanks in part to this amazing next generation NASCAR Cup vehicle at this famed facility. Devin, what are your takeaways from what we've seen so far, and what are you expecting as we head into the big race tonight?
Well, Emerson, it is awesome to be back, especially after the exciting duels we had last week. Two very, very competitive races with some very interesting handling race cars, to say the least. Some guys battling some loose conditions for the first time with this next generation car. And yeah, that ended up costing a few drivers some valuable starting spots. One that comes to mind most specifically, Kyle Lingerfeld just losing it by himself in turn 2 and taking out about 4 cars with him just from just getting loose. And we've had some updates to the car. We've had a time to get the setups corrected and get them where the drivers like them. So we'll see if that happens tonight and these guys can get around this beautiful Daytona track and kick off another season of Outlaws Racing. And if anything can tell us what to expect is last season, that last lap battle between Seth Berger and Greg Holt was an amazing event to behold, and I can only expect the same from this season, especially with a bigger field of cars, and it looks like a much bigger talent pool of drivers coming in as well to make this even more exciting.
Absolutely. And before we get things really kicked off here tonight, as a huge part of this, Adam Gardner putting this all together for us tonight, we have a special shout out from a former full-time NASCAR Cup Series driver and all National Series, but he did make it to the Cup level several times. Driver Brendan Gaughan has a special message for all the Outlaws Sim Series drivers tonight.
Hey gang, Brendan Gaughan here for the Outlaws Sim Series iRacing League. Do you got what it takes to be the best? Let's find out right here, baby. Good luck, have some fun, kick some butt.
And Brendan Gaughan, again, a special thank you to him for shouting out the Outlaws Sim Series with that cameo. Devin, it's just so great to be here. Now we overlook the beautiful Daytona International Speedway live, and the beautiful, huge lake sitting there inside the back straightaway, Lake Lloyd. Just another amazing feature to this great track. Let's go ahead and take a look at the track map heading into tonight's race.
Yes, sir. The 18 degrees there as they come down that front tri-oval, heading into 31 degrees of banking in turns 1 and 2, and the same in 3 and 4. This is a high banked track that you can keep the foot to the pedal all the way around here, but you got to be careful. I guess the drafting will cause some incidents. Going to be close quarter racing all night long from these drivers, and these cars, these next generation cars, get very huge runs, and you can take advantage of them and put yourself in a great position, or you can hesitate, make a mistake, and be ending up in a giant wreck. Also, with the draft comes some bump drafting, and that can also provide for some perilous situations if you get it wrong. We'll see all of that tonight and more. I expect nothing but excitement from all of these drivers.
Absolutely agree, Devin. We have a great field of drivers tonight. Last Wednesday night, we had the Outlaws Duels presented by Bay State Limousine, and we set the entire 40-car field we can expect in tonight's race. 39 drivers showed up, and then there was the one provisional from outside, or somebody who was not able to make it to the duels on Wednesday. There was that one extra provisional added to the back of the field, so we have a full 40-car grid heading into tonight's race. We know all of the starting lineup, and we'll get to that, of course, obviously later in the broadcast, but it was a great job by Jonathan Jennings and James Gilley to get their front row starting positions locked up in single car qualifying before we even had the dual races, and it was just a grand old time. But before we get too far into things, let's also go ahead and take a look at this beautiful next generation NASCAR Cup Series vehicle. This amazing video put together by our Andrew Cardinale IV here at Pit Stop TV. He does so much work for us to make these broadcasts just jump out and put these push us to another level. And this next gen video is just another part of that huge commitment he puts here at Pit Stop TV. Let's go and take a look at this next gen vehicle. Again, an amazing video that Andrew Cardinale IV put together there to show us just the ins and outs of this beautiful next generation NASCAR Cup Series vehicle, and it really is just a whole different breed of racing machine as far as stock cars go. We now have sequential gearboxes, 5 gears, single lug nuts on these tires. These cars are now I think they're more composite bodies. All these parts are, from wholesale manufacturers. It's a whole different ball game in the premier series of NASCAR stock car racing in real life this year. And the fact that we get to join that hype here in the virtual world on iRacing is just adding another level to it. And Devin, with that beautiful next generation NASCAR Cup Series vehicle, we have a wild schedule to go through with it. A enduring schedule, 36 races, 38 weeks of racing, or 39 actually when it all comes down to it. Only 3 off weeks in this schedule. This is going to be a schedule of endurance. Let's go ahead and go through it. We'll start off with the season opener tonight here at the Daytona International Speedway. Then next week we go north of the border to Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, and then I believe there is an off week. I will double check. Yes, that'll be an no. Then we'll hit Auto Club for the third race of the season. And then we'll have an off week. Then we'll go Nashville, the Super Speedway at Nashville. Should be a grand old time there. Cannot wait to see what happens. No, I'm sorry. Nashville Fairgrounds. The Super Speedway's late in their schedule. My apologies. Nashville Fairgrounds, their fourth. The current version that we have on iRacing anyway, which is, I guess, going to be called the older version of Atlanta. The aged asphalt at Atlanta is the 5th round. The big 2.5 mile rectangular oval at Indianapolis is 6th. Chicagoland there at 7th. Iowa 8th, Talladega 9th. We're back on the dirt at Bristol for round 10. Rockingham, Watkins Glen, just to go through the first third of the schedule, Devin.
Exactly, and then we pick it up in Martinsville. The short track racing commences 2 races in a row there, 13th and 14th weeks of the season in Indianapolis Raceway Park. Different from the big track at where they race the Indianapolis 500, Indianapolis Raceway Park. A short track there, so 2 short tracks back to back. Then we head to Texas for a mile and a half. iRacing Super Speedway, the giant custom 3-mile racetrack that was once known on the old video games of Papyrus Racing as Coca-Cola Raceway. It is now rebranded, put into iRacing as iRacing Super Speedway. Then we head to New Hampshire and Michigan, the 2-mile oval there. Eldora Dirt Track Racing again. So 2 dirt track races. Then we come back here to Daytona, and it only gets crazy from there. Laguna Seca, we're going to go through the corkscrew with these next generation cars and Laguna Seca, California. Then we head to the Poconos and we hit the 2.5, I think it's 2.5 mile oval there in Pocono, the Tricky Triangle. Then we head to the mile track at Phoenix. A great race always ensues at Phoenix. That will be fun. Then we head to Charlotte Motor Speedway, the 24th race of the season, and we're only a third of the way home there, Emerson.
Absolutely. Now this is where it gets fun. This is the run to the playoffs and then the championship deciding playoffs. We have Bristol, the high bank short track, this time the concrete version at race 25. Nashville Super Speedway, the 1 1/3 mile tri-oval in Nashville. We got a double dose of heading over to the Music City this year. It's great. Then we start the playoffs with a wild round. We go to Daytona road course. And yes, we're going to have that NASCAR chicane, that very tight and technical chicane after a high-speed banked corner. The Daytona road course here at the World Center of Racing, once again, an amazing facility to kick off the playoffs. And we'll head all the way back over to Wisconsin for Milwaukee. And we'll head over to the Charlotte Roval for the first elimination race in the Outlaws Sim Series playoffs. Round 2 to playoff. We have the USA International start off that round. Then the big, bad Talladega Super Speedway will round out that round with Darlington as the cutoff race there. Round number 3 in the Outlaws Sim Series playoffs, we'll go to Homestead. We'll go to the new Atlanta Motor Speedway. At that point, we should definitely have the newest version of Atlanta on the service. That's what we're expecting. And it's going to be the high-speed banked pack racing at Atlanta. We'll end that 3rd round with the tight, technical, chaotic North Wilkesboro, and we'll round this season off at a beautiful 3/4 mile short track up in Richmond, Virginia. At Richmond, cannot wait for this schedule to really come to form. And we started all tonight, Devin, with the amazing race here at Daytona. Absolutely can't wait to see these cars in action across this entire gauntlet of races that we have upon us here throughout basically 2022 for us here at the Outlaw Sim Series. Before we get into things here, we gotta, of course, shout out all the partners here at Pit Stop TV. A huge shout out to, of course, Tucson Sound Art, Permanent Makeup and Cryo Maine, Whiplash Media, and BAM Racing Videos for all their support here at Pit Stop TV. And of course, Whiplash Sim Cams, the amazing sights and sounds that we're going to have here tonight at the Daytona International Speedway, all done by Andrew Cardinale IV and Whiplash Sim Cams. Please, if you want your iRacing broadcast camera packs, if you just want iRacing camera packs, hit up Whiplash Sim Cams at www.pitstoptv. Hit us up on Twitter or our social media platforms and get you some iRacing camera packs done for your iRacing needs. And of course, tonight here for the Outlaw Sim Series, the season opener is presented by Bay State Limousine. Bay State, of course, don't drink and drive. Call Bay State and Bay State Limousine. It's up there in Massachusetts, of course. At the moment, at least as of last week, they didn't have any sedans available. I'll get an update there from Adam to see what the deal is there. But if you mention Bay State, if you call up Bay State for a night out and you mention Outlaws sent you, the Outlaw Sim Series, they'll give you $50 off that night. So go ahead and call up Bay State, especially if you're up there in the area, you need a ride. Bay State Limousine, they got you covered. Mention Outlaws, $50 off for the night. But now, Devin, before we get too far into things, we got some pre-race interviews to handle. We got some drivers to hear from this evening to kick off the big season here with the Outlaws Sim Series. We're going to first actually talk to a driver that is new to us at the Outlaws Sim Series, driver of the number 22, Jacob Reeves.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get Jacob Reeves up to the booth. We'll get some thoughts of him. Jacob Reeves, this is Devin in the booth. Do you have a copy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Hey, how's it going, my friend? Your first season here in the Outlaws Sim Series with us. How are you feeling about starting this race and starting this season?
I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit nervous right now. This is the first time I've ever actually raced in front of an audience, so I'm a little bit nervous, and it might be Daytona, might be the jitters, probably, but I'm excited and nervous at the same time.
Well, yeah, racing in front of an audience and knowing that they're there watching is always a little bit of a nerve-wracking thing, especially when it's family members. We know that you have quite a few watching tonight, and we appreciate them tuning in to cheer you on, of course. And we know that there's a little bit of some heavy hearts going on with your family right now. So we just give you the time there if you would like to talk about it. You're more than welcome to, but I know it's been a difficult situation for you and your family, and we can't thank them enough for tuning in to support you through this time.
Yeah, the paint scheme that I'm running, I'm going to run it all season. It's got pink flames on it with baby blue on the back. It's for my kids. My wife had a miscarriage about 2 weeks ago, and we didn't know what the gender of them was, but we wanted them, we wanted a boy and a girl, and I got a sticker on right in front of the rear tires, and it says "Riding with Daddy." Mom and Daddy love you. So I know I got 2 seats over here in the car with me, so there's 3 seats in this bad boy, and them kids are gonna be in for a heck of a ride all season. They're gonna be in for a heck of a ride tonight, and I love them to death, and I wish I could see them.
I completely understand that. As a father myself, I have 2 boys. I cannot imagine the pain that goes through losing a child. It's something I don't think any parent should ever have to go through. So, sentimental favorite definitely for me tonight as a fellow parent. And I mean, I wish you the best of luck all season long, especially with your 2 little ones. They're running alongside with you, be it in heaven, but also in that car with you all season long. And speaking of the season, we'll get back to racing here. The NextGen car, a bunch of new learning situations with this car, kind of learning on the fly here in iRacing. What can you tell us about the NextGen car so far here at a super speedway?
Well, the first thing that I've actually been seeing, and I saw it in both of the dual races, is everybody was loose off of turn 2. I mean, they looked good off of 4, but everybody was snappy loose in turn 2. And I think they had an update came out, I believe, Monday, and it might have fixed some of that looseness, but I'm still going to be looking out for that. And all around, I love these cars. These cars are almost like the Xfinity cars, with the high horsepower and low downforce. So it kind of fits right into my playing field. But in a cup car and in here with about 40 people, it's going to be tough, and we're just going to take it one race at a time. And I'm a new guy in here. I don't want to tick anybody off and upset anybody, but I'm racing for my sponsors, EPI, and racing for my family, and obviously racing for my kids. So I just appreciate everybody, the support, and I appreciate y'all broadcasting it. Y'all do a good job with everything that y'all do.
Well, we definitely appreciate the shout out, and definitely again we thank all of the viewers that are cheering you on tonight, tuning in to watch that car go around. It is a beautiful looking car. We're riding on with it right now, and these next gens are a beast. You got a 36-week schedule headed your way. What can you tell us about just the overall endurance that's going to be needed going week to week, pretty much the same schedule length that the professionals do.
And it's going to be enduring, that's for sure. I mean, 36 weeks, long races. I mean, I've never actually been in one of these long races before at 150 laps at Daytona, so it's gonna be a challenge, and it's I mean, I know it's a sim rig, but I mean it's gonna be physically it's gonna drain you, but I think it's gonna drain you mentally more than physically, especially like here and at Talladega. I mean, you're always looking here and there and here and there, but I mean, I'm really looking forward to this race. I'm looking forward to Talladega. I've been going there ever since I was a kid, and really looking forward to Atlanta when they update it with the repaves. So I'm just excited, and I'm ready to get this bad boy going.
Yes, sir. We are too. Again, we appreciate you joining us in the booth. We'll let you get back down. You already gave a shout out to your sponsors there, so we appreciate that, and all the other sponsors that are joining us on all these cars here in the Outlaws Sim Series this season. But we'll let you get back to focus there. It seems like you're in a pack, so we'll let you focus, get ready for this race. And again, we're going to wish you all the best of luck here going forward, not only for this race but the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And yeah, that was Jacob Reeves, a newcomer to the series, racing with a heavy heart, but overall very excited and jittery for this race, and he should be. He was talking about how these next-gen cars are a handful to learn on the fly, Emerson. And I mean, we have some guys that are really good at making these things work, and one of those probably the pole sitter. He really made it work last week in qualifying. I think we're going to pull him up next, if I'm right.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be pulling up Jonathan Jennings here in a moment. But I just want to touch on the Jacob Reeves story. It was intriguing enough for us to start off this broadcast interviewing a newcomer to the series, but it was all out of of course the depth of that story. And Adam told me about this story over the weekend, and I said, "There's no way we can't at least mention this on the broadcast." And I even asked him, like, hey, what would he think about doing a pre-race interview? He told me he's never been interviewed before. You heard him there at the beginning of his interview. Never been interviewed before. So for him, first of all, to just kind of break through that, and because I know that's tough, especially for people who may have stage fright. But to talk about such a hard-hitting subject, major props to Jacob Reeves, and of course wishing him the best. First of all, in his day-to-day life, having to deal with such a tragic event, and of course in tonight's race, where we will be able to see him do battle in that beautiful blue and pink 22 machine tonight. But yes, as you said, Devin, we will be talking to our pole sitter, driver of the number 91, Jonathan Jennings. If he is around, he is around. So we'll go ahead and bring him on up, the driver who has been absolutely blazing in single car speed over Speed Week's driver of the number 91, Jonathan Jennings. Jonathan, we've seen you now twice in single car qualifying runs over the past 2 Wednesdays. Light up the timing sheet. What's it to you in these next-gen cars at Daytona?
I'm a little more comfortable in these cars than most cars.
Hey, fair enough. So I know last week, obviously, you were locked in by getting the pole position for tonight's race. But you went out there and, you were racing the duel because at the end of the day, if you ended up wrecking, you were still going to start in the pole. Great news for you. But what did you learn in that duel? What you learned in the clash beforehand about these cars, even though they did just get an update this week as well? What you learned heading into tonight's race that you're going to be taking with you and, going forward with these cars over the past 2 weeks?
I'm going to try to stay up front. It seems like every time I'm in the back, I get caught up in a wreck of not my doing.
Fair enough. And now, obviously, single car runs and pack racing at Daytona, 2 completely different things. But how confident are you you're going to be able to find your way and kind of do your own thing at the front of this pack, especially with the pole position?
I'm not very comfortable super speedways. That's not my style of racing. I'll get lucky to finish, honestly. The pole's my highlight of this race. So.
Well,
Well,
Well, at the end of the day, it's still 150 laps, and anything can happen. If you're on the lead lap on the last lap, you can win it. So best luck to you tonight, driver. You have the best seat in the house before we get to racing here tonight from the pole position. Best luck to you tonight. Actually, if you want to shout out anybody, now's your chance.
yeah, y'all up there in the booth for doing a great job, and my teammates at Last Chance Racing for all the hard work put into the setups this week.
Absolutely. Well, once again, congratulations, Jonathan Jennings, on starting on the pole position for tonight's Bay State Limousine Daytona 375 tonight. Best luck to you in tonight's event.
Thank you.
And of course, that was driver of the number 91, Jonathan Jennings. And we will get to interview James Gilliard here in a moment as well, Devin. But it has completely slipped my mind up until this point, and it's important to mention why this race is 375 miles. That is a long race. And well, Devin, that is because, and honestly, not a lot has been brought to light of it. But the Outlaws Sim Series this season is going to be doing kind of a no bull 5 program this year. And so what it is to race in the Outlaws Sim Series, you don't have to pay any entry fee. Adam is all about, letting everyone race, as long as they have iRacing, of course. Like anyone and everyone race. He's all about giving everybody a fair chance. But what he is asking is if you'd like to donate $10 or put $10 into this pool. There's 5 races this season that are noted as no bull 5 race, and that is tonight's race, the Daytona season opener, Indianapolis, the big oval, Talladega in the middle of the season, Charlotte Oval, and then Darlington in the playoffs. If you win 3 of those 5 races, you can take all the money that has been put into that driver's pool. At the moment, it's $30, but not a whole lot of light has been shed on it. Adam's going to do a lot to shed some light on it, and you have up until, if you're a driver listening to this, you have up until Indianapolis, before the Indianapolis race in a few weeks' time, to put in $10 into the driver's pool and try to win 3 of these 5 races to win all of that money in the pot. What do you make of that program, Devin? I think it's...
that's a great idea, Emerson. I think it adds a little bit more kind of theatrics to all of these big time races. So always the big Daytona opener, a big time race. Indianapolis, always a big time race. So just to have that extra kind of motivation to get out there and win those races, really going to put some guys on the forefront. As far as, okay, I know what I need to do. Like Joseph Causey comes to mind, in that he likes to be out front. He doesn't like to hang back. He wants to be out front, stay out front the whole time, win the race. That's kind of his mentality coming to these big tracks. And someone like that's what's going to happen. If you're one of those guys that like to hang back, you're really going to have to push forward. And just from personal experience, especially in this car, hanging back is not really what I would suggest as just someone who's raced it quite a few times at Daytona now in some packs. It seems to be that the runs you get, while they're great, being up front and staying up front in a lead with some guys and working together at the front is more beneficial than trying to get your way through the pack. You have to really make some aggressive moves that you're probably not going to want to make. And, that could really hurt your chances at something like the No Bull. I mean, you got to win the race. That's the thing. You got to be there at the end to win the race. So it just adds that extra element of, do I take care of my stuff, and where do I take care of my stuff? And it's quite a perplexing argument for either way you go on it. And I just love that they're doing, something like that. It kind of brings back vibes of, the Winston Million that used to be where you had the red numbers on the roof. So that's it's something so cool that Adam kind of brought in for this season. And like I said, it just gives that extra little vibe of, competitiveness between this great talent pool of drivers that we have.
And well, before things get off too quickly here, we do also want to grab a word in with our second place starter tonight, driver of the number 33, James Gilliard. James, second position. We know how you love to be aggressive at these plate tracks, and also we applaud it, by the way. We love watching you at these plate tracks. Starting second in a 150 lap race, 175 mile race. What's your plan from that outside front row position?
Man, there's no plan, to be honest with you. It's better to be lucky than good here, and I'm just hoping I have some better luck. That's pretty much the gist of it.
Fair enough. Well, at Daytona, again, like we said, you're always one to work your way towards the front. We've seen in these next-gen cars that it's actually almost beneficial to fight your way towards the front, because most of the action happens where all the air is moving around in the middle and back of the pack. How imperative is it to you to be up at the front, considering you're going to already be up here?
Well, assuming that I'll be able to get down eventually, I'll stay up here until it gets too wild. I do expect the top line to form. I don't think this group of guys is just going to ride around in a single file all race long. I expect top groove to come in, and it could get wild if that happens.
Well, time is ticking down in this warm-up session, James. Best of luck to you in tonight's race. If you got to shout out anyone, now's your chance.
Oh, yeah, shout out to my teammates. Get me a little drafting practice there. I was running a little late. And everybody who puts this on and gives me something to do on a Wednesday night, man. Y'all guys are awesome.
Right on. Well, that is outside a pole sitter, driver of the number 33, James Gilliard. Best luck to you, driver. Hopefully we're talking to you on the far side. And again, James Gilliard, driver of that number 33. And Devin, it is time for race time. We are waiting for these drivers to go ahead and populate on the grid here.
Yes, sir. It is time to get this started. Again, we are not going to have the qualifying. We did that with the duels last week. If you weren't able to tune in then, you missed an amazing 2 races. Guys trying to race their way in, get positions. It was such an exciting time. I expect similar things from tonight, Emerson, with the early caution, and then that'll allow guys to settle down. So I expect there to be kind of an early issue here. Somebody just trying to push it a little too much, be aggressive, get to the front probably, and that might set off a chain reaction. But after that, I expect it to settle down, and we'll kind of get what we have in real life, where the guys just kind of take it easy, ride, single file, get to the end of the race, and then it's going to be no holds bars, and we're going to see the roof come off. Well, I mean, there is no roof here, but if there was, it would come off and be just an amazing finish. We saw it in the professionals last night with the Coca-Cola E-Series, and I expect that we're going to see very, very similar ending here tonight.
Well, Devin, our grid is not populating, so we're going to have to do this the old fashion style and just kind of read this one off. But we'll go through it. We'll say it as quickly as we can. Row number 1 will be the 91 of Jonathan Jennings, who is outside. The 33 of James Gilliard. Row number 2, the 88 of Joseph Kazi. The 42 of Tyler Markle. Row number 3, it'll be the 05 of Rob Pendleton, the 3 of Greg Holt. Row 4, the 77 of Seth Berger, the 66 of Joshua Fox. Row number 5, it'll be the 47 of Andrew Schroeder, and V4 of Jacob Zala.
Yep, and then in the next row will be Max Service on the inside, Doug Solms, and 12th there, 13th, Andrew St. Cyr, 14th, Jeremiah Stutzman, 15th, the 14th of Nathan Aldridge, and 16th, Julio Villalobos in the 45, 17th, Scott Bailey, 18th, John Mickey, 19th, Farron Elam Jr., and 20th, Joseph Fogg.
And well, while the grid is not populating for us and we're getting ready to get to racing here, we are just going to let this field do its thing as it approaches race time here for tonight's Daytona season opener. Again, cannot wait to really kick things up tonight as the field of 39 cars approaches the restart zone. VIRacing.com safety vehicle. It's going to find its safety in the pit lane. And Devin, we are racing from Daytona. Up front, it is Jonathan Jennings and Joseph Causey starting to get a little tandem at the front of this pack, and we've seen a lot of talk over the past couple of weeks since the NextGen update that tandeming is really going to be the name of the game if you can get clear and away from the field. Rob Pendleton also working with Joseph Causey as well. They're starting to get a little bit of a gap already to the rest of the pack.
Yeah, they are, but you got to be careful with that. The tandem, while it works good, you can't do it forever. Like you used to be able to do in the Car of Tomorrow type of style of racing. So what happens is when you have to get out of line like Causey is now, back off and get that air on the front nose of the car to cool it down and not destroy your water temps. That allows the rest of the guys to come up, and with these next-gen cars, the runs they get are massive. So that 05 to 77, you see they're right back on the bumper of Joseph Causey very quickly. They can get huge runs, and if they want to take it possibly towards the end of the race, if you don't time that tandem right, that could be the difference between you winning and losing.
Tyler Merkel sets the fastest lap, and Tyler Merkel, we can go ahead and find him. He is,
I believe he's sitting there in 5th.
oh yeah, he is right there. But you saw the suck up there that these drivers had trying to catch the top two was so great. It put the 5th place driver as the fastest driver in this pack already. And this is where all the action's happening back here. This is all around 14th on back. This is where the pack is happening. But they can't be side drafting each other if they don't want to lose touch to the guys up ahead.
Yeah, right now they're trying to get settled out. It looks like some guys not really pushing too much. It looks like they're trying to find holes to get down. And yeah, if you start side drafting here, racing too hard, you can lose touch with the guys in front of you. They already have a little bit of a gap open up, pretty much like a second pack forming. Max Service also out there by himself, kind of in no man's land. But looks like we got a couple of different packs starting to form, just like in real life. These cars, not like the old Generation 6 car, the old professional car, cup car there. This car does draft very well, and even if you do form second packs, you can catch up to the pack in front of you very quickly if you draft correctly and don't race each other. It's very easy to make that time up. So not to worry right now. I'm sure these guys will get it figured out. It looks like they're trying to still figure out, it looks like, who wants to lead that pack to kind of suck them back up to the front pack here. But good breakaway here. Looks like about 12 cars in that first pack.
Yeah, 11 cars. 12th place Max Service is now falling back to this pack of cars, and somebody is going to have to step up to the plate. Somebody's going to have to do some major work if they're going to catch those leaders, because they are already 5 seconds clear of the second pack.
Yeah, and right there, that's not what you needed to be doing, is going 3 wide. And you see they're still jockeying for position. They kind of need to get it figured out unless they're, planning to fall back this far. I don't know if they want to do that, though. It can hurt you a little bit later in the race. But, yeah, it looks like they're starting to figure it out. That inside lane really taking over. Just a couple of cars on the outside lane. They should drop down. And then we'll start to see this pack really start to close up on the guys behind them. Looks like, yep, they're starting to figure it out now. Good big pack of cars there in line. And that'll really start to make up time.
Now, it's all going to come down to how everybody, does, how everybody is willing to work with one another. But also, this is huge. This early into the race, we're looking at 12th place Scott Bailey, 13th place Matthew Setzer. Matthew Setzer now has the responsibility of about 16 people's races on his shoulders to try to get this group of drivers back up to that lead pack, because he's going to be the responsible driver for pushing Scott Bailey at this moment. And that's a lot. You not only affect your race, but you affect 16 other drivers' races in this pack. That's not even, that's also how Daytona works when you get into situations like this.
Yeah, it definitely is. And you can see he was tucked up on the back of that car, that 11 car, very well. And just kept pushing him down the front straightaway. It looks like he's doing another nice job here down the backstretch, pushing that car in front of him all the way back down. They are making time up, gaining back a couple of tenths here already with just the good pushing and just the amount of cars that are in this line. So we're starting to see, the more cars you have, the better off you're going to be. That's, you heard Gilliard talk about at the beginning. That's he expected that outside lane to be the lane to go to towards maybe the end of the race. And this is how you make that outside lane work. You just overpower it with numbers.
Right. And you are right. They have been gaining. And now this is a long race, so by any means, there's still plenty of time. But I'm just not comfortable with the rate that they're gaining at the moment. And, you know, the thing about that, there's going to be pit stops that are going to jumble up, you know, the numbers of this pack. I don't think, you know, all 16 drivers in this pack, unfortunately, are going to survive pit stops and come out just as organized like this and still not lose any time. Now they are under the 5 second threshold. Setzer is doing a great job. He's staying patient. He's understanding. Even if he's not comfortable pushing into corners, he's pushing on the straights where he is comfortable, and he's being consistent with them. And he is gaining. They're now under that 5 second threshold. It's 4.9 seconds now between Andrew Schroeder and Scott Bailey. That was over 6 seconds a couple laps ago. So, well, maybe don't make me eat my words here in about 10 laps, but Setzer is really getting on it. Setzer's got to keep watching his oil temps, of course. That is really the huge part of it. Let's see if we get right on board. I don't believe we'll be able to see the oil temps. No, we can't. But we'll be able to see what it's like from inside Matthew Setzer's cockpit. This is the second car in the second pack. Matthew Setzer trying to get his pack up to that lead pack. And he did not get to push Scott Bailey get all of that time down the back straightaway. And they lost time. They lost 3/10 that lap.
Yeah, so it's all dependent, again, like you said, on Setzer's ability to keep onto the back of that car in front of him, just onto Bailey, onto his rear end, and get them back to this lead pack. So yeah, back over 6 seconds now. So starting to hurt him just a little bit, but we also focus back in on the lead pack, and we see that Joseph Causey is doing to the leader the same thing that Matthew Setzer's doing. So this is kind of pulling that first pack along and keeping them out of touching range with that second pack. So as long as those first two guys keep doing that, it just keeps the train going here at the front.
And again, very early in this race, we just completed 1/15 of the race there at the 10 lap mark. We still have a lot of racing before any of this race really comes to fruition. But tonight there are stages, and the way the Outlaws Sim Series does stages is that there is no caution waived at the end of the stages. So stages are how they work, just like in real NASCAR, but there's no stage break for them. At the completion of lap 30 and lap 68 tonight, those are the two stage ends. At the completion of lap 30, the top 10 will get stage points. At the completion of lap 68, the top 10 will get stage points. At the moment, there's 11 cars in this lead pack, so somebody may become the odd man out. We could see a little bit of competition going on, depending on how many drivers are looking to go points racing this season. Now, I don't think anyone starts a season thinking that they're going to points race their way into the playoffs. But if maybe drivers who are just wanting to start thinking about points right off the bat, we may see some of these drivers up here really fight for it. You may look at other drivers like Jacob Zala, who's a part-time driver this season, and Joshua Land Fox maybe not put up as much of a fight and think about big picture.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with those guys racing part-time, they want to go for the win. They don't really care about the points. That's not going to do anything for them. They're here to win the race, so they might stay patient, just stay in this lead pack. They're doing a really good job right now. Just stay there and wait for the end. Let the chaos kind of happen, you know, either behind them, in front of them, and stay out of it. But that's what the second pack wants. They want these first pack cars to fight for that stage. And when that happens, then the second pack should make huge gains. Once you start getting side by side, you don't have as many cars in line, so therefore you just don't go faster. And as long as the second pack stays lined up the way they are, when that first pack starts racing, that's really when they're going to make their gains and get back up to this lead pack, and then they can start making a splash.
So, want to kind of work our way around, you know, give everybody a fair shot at TV time. We have a third pack in this race. This is back here for the 27th position. This is Randall Barnett, and Garrett Velzy has scored ahead of him. Where's Garrett Velzy? Oh, Garrett Velzy, sorry, back there. Never mind. So Garrett Velzy's the last car in that second pack. Randall Barnett has Brad Bothwell up here. And now this is huge. This is like the tale of two teammates in this race. James Gillies started outside pole. He's in that lead pack in 6th. His teammate Brad Bothwell is 12 seconds behind in the 3rd pack in 28th. That is wild to think the story of two teammates there. Adam Gardner's in this pack. Derek McMurtry, who ended up wrecked. You see Jacob Reeves racing with a heavy heart, and the Reeves family, all here to support him. Back here in this pack as well in 30th, Seth Fitzpatrick, John Mickey, and others. And around the lap. Oh, Adam Gardner had a moment there. See if they can get it all sorted out back here. Adam Gardner, Seth Fitzpatrick. They don't want to side draft each other now. They got to work with each other, try to stay with their pack. They don't want their pack to be split up, or that'll be huge problems for this little pack back here.
Yeah, there's not many cars back here, but what this reminds me of is the Joe Gibbs racing guys. They tend to do this where they'll drop way back in the back of the pack, and then they'll just somehow find their way forward. Normally, they kind of rely on those stage cautions to get back up, but they do have the ability. Kyle Busch is an amazing pusher at these plate tracks. It has been documented by his teammates as so, but he's been able to, play the game where he can get his team back up to the guys in front of him and then back up to the lead pack. So maybe that's what these guys are thinking. Maybe they're thinking what I was thinking, is that there's going to end up being possibly some guys who get impatient. It looks like the second pack's starting to get impatient, and that could end up causing a wreck. And then we're all back up together, and they can kind of, reset and readjust from there. But yeah, the second pack, they're not happy with what was happening in front of them there with Scott Bailey and Matthew Setzer leading the pack. They think they could do a better job, but all this is doing is kind of hurting them and just pushing them further and further away from that lead pack at the moment.
Oh, and a near miss push there, I believe, between Lingerfelt and Thompson. But yeah, you're right. And I've been in this position in official NIS plate races before. That's where that's where these races get long, and that's where I tend to play a long game and try to stay at the back of the pack. That usually ends up costing me. I end up in positions like this where I lose the lead draft. I'm in the second pack, and then you're in a pack of about 6, 7, 8 cars. You're trying to catch a lead pack, but it's hard to coordinate that. Now these people, they all understand each other, even if they haven't raced with each other that long. They understand 150 laps. I think a league setting is more, I guess, beneficial when it comes to situations like this. But as far as the official races, it gets difficult to just ride there, 6th, 7th car in line, not really have much control of the destiny of your race. And so I think, that's what Aldrich and Miz and Fogg were trying to get a hold of, was at least to try to control their own race. And they were unsuccessful at getting to the front of this pack. Now, what did happen a couple laps ago, and we did not cover it, and I apologize there. I do want to see if we will be able to cue this up right. And I'll go back and try to find it. But the driver of the number 91, Jonathan Jennings, did end up losing the lead. Try to see if we can go back and find when this happened. And looks like we did kind of find the moment. So here we'll be able to watch. This is the replay of a couple laps ago. Jonathan Jennings still leading. This is, I believe, Kazi and Pendleton and Seth Berger probably all linked up and tried to find a way around to 91. Or maybe Jonathan was tired of leading. I don't know. But we'll see here. We'll watch the replay.
Well, I will say, as the lead car in the pack, you are putting the most strain on your fuel tank, so you're not getting the best fuel mileage. Those guys behind you, they can run 3/4 throttle, half throttle even at some points, and really get good fuel mileage, save fuel, be there at the end of the race, kind of play that fuel mileage game, which may or may not come into play here. But at plate tracks like this, the longer you run, the better you are. The longer you stay out on that track. In the draft, there's really no time degradation or tire degradation. That's super hard to think of, and a lap car gets in the way here. Causey kind of splits the middle. So, no, he goes to the outside. Look at there. So just kind of playing the game there, but it doesn't look like Jennings wanted to give up the lead. It's just kind of what happened, and the 3 cars there linked up together. Causey, Pendleton, and Berger able to get by, and then they get right back in line. So This actually might end up helping Jennings. He can save some fuel now running that fourth car in line, really kind of run 3/4, half the quarter, or half throttle, and save the fuel and kind of pit with the rest of these guys rather than maybe being, 4, 5, 6 laps short on fuel than everybody else that he's pulling along there.
Jeremiah Stutzman goes fastest. He's a lap vehicle. I believe he's at the tail of that lead pack. So that's just speaking volumes to the work that lead pack is doing. All while this pack is still trying to figure out what they want to do.
Yeah, they still got a couple cars that are out of line. Two of the football team represented cars. I believe there's 3 total in the race. I remember seeing a Jets car, that Panthers car there, and the Cowboys car. So some NFL teams represented in the racing field tonight, but looks like they're still trying to figure out how to get down. It looks like they might be the best bet just to drop to the tail end of this line and kind of get in. You can see there they're starting to get in. Now you're out alone. You got to get down as quickly as you can. But yeah, they got a little racy and just didn't work out for them there on the outside line. But yeah, they got some work to do to catch back up to this lead pack because they are moving.
Yeah, Causey and Pendleton, they are teammates. They've raced with one another. This is Pendleton's first Outlaw Sim Series start. But this is not the first start where Pendleton and Causey have worked with one another. They know each other very well. And it's starting to show here. And let's just go back here and look. This is Matthew Setz. You see the gap he has to Andrew Schroeder, the last car in that pack. And that is, I mean, that is just wild to think of.
Yeah, and Kyle Lingerfeld really tucked up onto the back of Matthew Setzer here, staying right on the back of him all the way down. Teammates working together. This is actually doing really big wonders for him. You can see they kind of pull away from that third car quite a bit.
Look at the gap.
They're closing.
3/10 just out of in a quarter of a lap.
Yep. So that's what you got to do here, but you can't do it forever. That 65 will start to overheat. He's gonna have to back off like he's doing now, get some air onto the front of that car, and then close back up and do it again. So you just got to time it right.
I think he might have lost his pack. No, he's just hanging off a little bit. He's still up there. My apologies.
Yeah, he's getting close though. You don't want to fall too far back.
It's hard in these next gen cars to suck up.
Yeah, but once you get that suck and you get that run, you can see it now. Andrew Schroeder, big run there.
Oh, yeah.
In the back of the field. So once you get that suck effect, it's hard to say there. But once you get that effect happen on the car, you can really get some big runs. More so than not, though, you don't want to be the last car in line. You want to be maybe third, fourth from the back, because then you have people that can go with you when you get those runs. But yeah, right now, I think everyone, especially in this top pack, content just to ride around. Know it's a long race. We're going to see some single file racing, just kind of some train action here where Causey's leading the way, and these top 3 just kind of content riding that way. It looks like the top 11 content riding the way they are for now.
So we're going to go around, make our rounds, take a look at the chats out on our streams, since we're kind of in a little bit of in a lull in the action here in tonight's race. So go ahead and take a look at the Outlaws YouTube chat. Sean Thompson representing the 21, Kevin Thompson tonight, Mark Berger out, of course, for Burger Nation and Seth Berger. Adam dropping the hearts in chat, the league owner, just showing his mutual love to all the supporters here of the Outlaws Sim Series. Lisa Pratt rooting the 75 of Andrew Pratt. Jay Bird out in chat 4-4 of Jacob Zala. Got some support there. Benjamin Park out in chat supporting Dark Horse Racing. We got 2 vids in the chat saying send it. And William Stark out here also supporting Seth Berger. Shout out to everybody out on the Outlaw Sim Series YouTube channel watching tonight's race. Take a look at the Pit Stop channel. Brennan Kennedy says, hello, Pit Stop TV and chat. How are we doing this evening? We're doing great. Ready to bring you a great race here, 375 miles at the Daytona International Speedway. Tim Henderson asks about the MSRE Truck Series. I believe I believe we are no longer covering that series. And James Wormsley dropping the double thumbs up. Love to see all the support there. Thank you all for coming out, tuning in to the Outlaws Sim Series race here tonight at Daytona, the season opener. And yeah, if you know, go ahead and drop your comments, show who you're supporting for out in chat, and we'll try to give you a little bit of a shout out tonight. Also, if you want to go ahead and join the conversation with hashtag Outlaws on our Facebook, our Instagram, or Twitter, or on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, go ahead and do that. Here's a look at all of our social media outlets, our Facebook page, facebook.com/pitstoptv. Edward Schur is on our social media coverage this evening, doing some fine and dandy work. He's posting to our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Go ahead and check out his work there. We're also live to Facebook as well. Twitter at pitstoptv_. There's the link also there on the bottom of your screen. Our Instagram page at pit_stop_TV. We're live on YouTube, of course, at youtube.com/c/pitstoptv1, and Twitch at pit_stop_TV. We are 3 laps away from stage number 1's completion, Devin, and it's still Causey, Pendleton. The top 2 looks like they're going to be pretty content. But again, I'm looking at, does Andrew Schroeder think about points racing this season, and does he make a push to try to get around the 2 non-full-time drivers right in front of him?
Yeah, that'll be a big question, Emerson. Does he try to get around them here at the stage end? And I mean, like you said, he's the last car in line. He really doesn't have anyone to go with him, so he needs somebody in front of him to kind of be that catalyst to get things kicked off and get those points and get to the front. And, you know, this is about the time where we're going to see if anybody does decide to pull out and get those stage points. It's going to be now or never. But it looks like this lead pack kind of content to ride further back. I'm not sure what they're going to be doing. They should probably stay in line as well. Not really any points for them to gain, but it looks like they're... Oh, yeah, we got some side-by-side back here. So they're not content with riding around single file anymore. They want to get some action and going, trying to try and race a little bit here. I mean, I think it hurts them more than it helps them, honestly. But, I mean, you can see what your car is good at and get some valuable data to fall back on should you come to the end of the race and you want to move up to the outside line, see how it runs, see who's going to go with you, see who your friends are. So that's kind of a good way to know here. And there's the 45, jumps out of line.
Some movement going on to see who's going to gain some stage points here. Julio Villalobos looking to see if he can gain some stage points. Looks like no one's going with, though. Villalobos, on the other hand, may lose stage points here if he intends to compete full-time this season. He's going to try to find his way back down in line. Still not cleared down. So, a little bit of a move here. Tyler Markle, James Gilliard. Gilliard jumps out trying to grab a spot, and he will not grab that spot on Tyler Markle. Andrew Schroeder does set the fastest lap, though. You saw the intensity pick up here in this lead pack a little bit. Not too much, but you saw it there.
Yeah, some little smatterings. And oh, there's a caution out. I'm hearing caution out on the speedway.
Caution is out. To find it. Adam Gardner damaged. Oh, no.
The Scooby-Doo machine involved. The league owner involved already at the first stage break here. So, I mean, we kind of get a traditional stage caution,
yeah,
unfortunately.
Oh, no. I got a little bit of a preview of it on finding our way back to this, but wow. This is the back here. Just trying their hardest to try to, keep themselves alive in this race. And Adam Gardner off of turn number 4. Oops, looks like I went back a little too much. My apologies. So we'll get a little bit, I guess, an extra lap added to this. So this is the lap it happens. I'm not too sure why they were racing so hard coming to the end of the stage.
That third group.
28th was the best spot in this pack. Not too sure what was going on here. Maybe there was a push gone wrong. But here it is on the back straightaway. Out of turn 4 is where it happens, I believe, this time by.
Yeah, so they're right in that high lane. Looks like...
Okay, maybe I went back a couple laps too far. All right, we'll try to get We'll try to get this one figured out here. Oh no.
Oh, there it is. Oh, a big hit.
But no contact. A little confused on.
Yeah, it
why
looks
the
like
contact.
it's a similar situation to what happened to Lingerfelt, Kyle Lingerfelt in the 65 during one of the duels. Kind of running that outside line by himself, just kind of lost the rear end of the car. Just got loose and stepped out on him.
So let's watch what happens here. Mickey gets the wall.
Oh, you know what it is. I have heard talk about this with the new steering in these next generation cars. They use a steering pinion, and the steering pinion is a lot more responsive than the old school steering that was used in the Generation 6 car, last year's car. So that steering pinion, these guys may not be as used to it as, as they probably, it's a brand new car, so they just don't have enough experience with it. And because of that, they
that's what happened. Matthew Setzer. Oh no, and Nate Aldrich.
That was teammates there. That's the. Oh man, big wreck.
That's where that happened. Okay, my apologies. Yeah, so we did get that. We found it.
Yeah,
there we
eventually
go. Took a little bit. So this is what the caution was for. My apologies for that one. I don't think Adam would have called. I mean, he didn't call his own record yellow anyway, so good on him. Lingerfeld tried to get in line, just misjudged it on Setzer. Setzer went around, and Max Service got into the back of Nate Aldrich. Stutzman might have gotten a piece of it, and Scott Bailey nowhere to go.
Yeah, and that's just the checkup that happened in front of Max there, and you just being 7 cars back, you kind of don't know what's happening in front of you. You got the quick reactions, and sometimes it's just not quick enough, and that seems to be what happened there. But yeah, these steering pinions a lot more sensitive, and that kind of may be what happened to Adam Gardner there, seeing the hit on the wall. Just tried to jerk the wheel down real quick, which in the old car would have been just fine. But in this new car, big hit from the 14. Yeah, but nowhere to go for Scott Bailey. But 14 took a big hit on that outside wall.
So we are now perfect timing, I guess. We will get the seal doubled up and ready to get back to racing. Seth Berger is now the race leader over Pendleton and Causey. But yeah, stage 1 comes to a close. We got a little bit of a stage break there. Stage 2's completion will be scored at the end of lap 68. And so that was a little bit of a trial run there. I think whatever happened around 11th and 12th place, drivers are going to try to not have that happen again. And we might have a bigger lead pack this time as well. So more of a say in the second stage as well. Let's go and take a look at the weather. Before we get too far into things, we were trying to get the weather during the starting grid. We didn't really have the time to. But 121 degree track temp. She a hot track tonight. 66.7 degrees Fahrenheit. The air temp. Winds fairly calm, about 5 miles out of the south. And yeah, I think perfect racing conditions for our version of the Super Bowl. It's not our Daytona. It's our season opener. It's the closest thing we've got to a Daytona 500. It's our Daytona 375, presented by Bay State Limousine. Remember, don't drink and drive. Call Bay State, mention Outlaws, and save 50% off of your night out with Bay State Limousine. And here we go. VIRacing.com safety vehicle will find its safety in the pit lane. The field of 37 gets back to racing. We're green at Daytona. Rob Pendleton, Joseph Causey, Julio Villalobos, the top 3 as they come off of turn number 4.
Yeah, it looks like those Performance Sim Sports guys not wanting to stay behind Seth Berger too long. They moved out promptly as soon as they got on the back straightaway, took over the lead. They're back out front. Julio Villalobos, though, made up some spots on pit road. He's up to third. So great stop from Julio Villalobos. We saw him fall back at the end of that stage, but great recovery from him back up to third place, just riding along there, and they're double file behind him.
Yeah, the pack is starting to do their thing. Gilliard and Berger doing battle for the fourth position. Not letting one another get clear of the other. And, you know, they're side drifting pretty hard. If Pendleton and Causey start to notice that, they might start to pull away here.
Yeah, they very well could, especially with the tandem effect that happens if Causey times it right. It looks like he's trying, but he's not able to stay on it, and the pack will start to catch back up. What this will do is help out Seth Berger a bit. You know, he has more cars in the lane, but if Gilliard can get a great push from Kevin Thompson on the outside and get some good side draft going, then that outside lane does have enough cars to where it could really start working.
Absolutely. And Gilliard now that the pack is close together, once again, Gilliard's gonna do his hardest, his thing to try to side draft his way forward. And he's got some numbers on his side this time to do it too. So he's not all alone. This is plausible, and he's trying to inch his way forward, but he's still at a stalemate with Seth Berger on that inside lane. And Villalobos losing a little bit of touch to Causey. Berger's trying to he's gonna try to get up there and keep Villalobos glued to the 88 as they continue. This is intense for fourth.
Yeah, it is, and what Gilliard's got to be frustrated with is the 21 car behind him. The 21 car just not close enough to give Gilliard the push that he needs on that outside line to really make up some progress, and that's what he's really got to be talking about. You can't talk, unless you're in a team chat together, and I don't think that they are in a team chat together, so he's going to have to talk over iRacing, and, so everybody will know what's happening, but that he really needs that 21 to be sucked up right on his bumper and really push him down these straightaways to get him the momentum he needs to clear for fourth and start making his way forward to possibly get the lead of this thing.
Now Villalobos and Berger get linked up here, and Gilliard has no help. Gilliard trying to side draft hard so he can try to get Thompson to his rear end. It's not really working out too well. And this is again all going on behind the 88 of Joseph Causey.
I will say, Gilliard's car, he is doing this by himself. So the setup he has in that vehicle, his driving right now, very, very great. He is pulling that top lane pretty much single-handedly. He's not having the help he needs behind. And we see that there's tandem effects going on the bottom lane. But Gilliard is staying right there with them for the most part. Pretty much every single lap, he makes up some big times down through the center of the turn and off just from his side drafting that he's doing. So that 33 machine looks very, very strong here early.
Villalobos all tucked up behind the 88 of Joseph Causey, who sits second behind pedal. Oh no! And he blows a motor in front of the field. Causey trying to get to the bottom of the track. Oh no! And he's gonna go around. Oh, right in front of Garrett Velzy. Oh, and he gets hit again. Oh, upside down as somebody. Wow.
And
what a time to ride on board.
That's the risk you run as Joseph Causey when you're pushing that tandem style in these cars. You just shoot up the oil temps, you shoot up the water temps. They're trying to break away. They know that the battle's happening behind them. They're trying to break away, and with the pushing that's happening, you blow the engine. Yep, there it is.
Right in front of Villalobos, Berger.
Julio damage, Seth Berger damage.
Let's see. Out the corner. Oh.
The grass. He hit the grass and it turned him back into front.
Oh, he gets Schumacher. Oh my goodness, McMurtry.
Whoa.
What a wild ride. Schumacher is done. McMurtry is done. Velzy is done. Causey is done. My goodness.
And that's a big player out of this race earlier, Joseph Causey.
Yeah, absolutely. Causey, he's won several Daytona races just on iRacing in the Outlaws Sim Series, and going to be in trouble early here at Daytona. He just lets go right in front of Villalobos. What's the state of the front end of the 45 and the 77?
Yeah, it looks like there was some pretty good taps there from those cars, and then that grass hit from Causey.
McMurtry just, oh my goodness.
McMurtry ride.
John Mickey.
Oh my gosh,
a
just
big
like a
hit.
spinning top.
Look at the 96. What was that?
Did he power slide?
I think he made it. Oh my goodness. We're going to take a few onboards. This was, for his, not a large wreck in terms of vehicles, but a large wreck in terms of the way this wreck happened. Let's ride on board with McMurtry, he's lost the lead pack, and he's still got in this wreck. Oh, that one's gotta hurt. And they're not wrecking yet. They're not wrecking. Now to wreck. Slow down. No, he just gunned it for the wreck. There's a view underneath the Virtual World Center of Racing right there as well. But wow, what a ride for McMurtry. That one was heavy. I want to see Matt Rogers. And Matt Rogers is done, so he must have gotten damage in this one. I'm going to ride on board with Matt Rogers.
Maybe that's the car we saw power sliding through the end.
He was, but I didn't think he got damage.
Oh, and look right in front of him, one of our pre-race interviews. Let's see what happened to Jacob Reeves there, too, from this view. Oh. Jacob Reeves makes it through.
Oh, no.
He lost it.
Oh, that would have been so sick. Oh, no, Matt Rogers.
Yeah, it looks like when he got on the brakes, he maybe tried to get on the brakes there, and it just snapped on him at the end there. That's kind of what I'm seeing from that view, but Jacob Reeves makes it through. Looks like Kyle Lingerfeld also in front of Jacob Reeves makes it through as well.
Let's see kind of a wide shot of it all unfold and describe every bit of it. Look at that. Oh my goodness. That major air from McMurtry. Mickey got a big hit out of it, and there goes Matt Rogers. Wham!
Yeah, the only thing we can say is, thank goodness this is a simulator and not real life. That was a wild hit for McMurtry.
Wild ride. My goodness. Well, the first real big wreck of the day. You could say the other one was pretty big, but I think in comparison, that was a minor wreck, that first wreck. But here we are, under yellow once again, and well, we would have time to talk to a driver, but we're about to take the one to green here. Understandably, that time, oh goodness, Jeremy Poole getting the wave around a little quick there. A lot of drivers getting waved around. Here, Adam Gardner hesitating. They might add a caution lap here. Let's call it how it is. Joshua Balliet. This is his first time doing race control solo this season, or in the Outlaws Sim Series. He's done it before. He's done it with Adam, and then him and I did it, for the Clash. And I mean, he did it by himself for the duels, but the duels were not, this large of a field. This is his first time race controlling a near 40 car grid, and there may be some hiccups like that. He might get the wave rounds out a little late because he's got to review the wreck to see who were the cause cars of the wreck. He's got to review pit lane and make sure there's no infractions on pit lane. He's got to, make sure nobody there. He's got to make sure to clear the flags that he has to clear. If there's any cars that wrecked on the pit lane and any people that got passing under yellow flags under the caution because of a wrecked race car not be able to catch up. Plus, he's got to designate the wave round, the lucky dog, and he's got to give it the correct wave rounds, all in the span of a caution period, which can happen quick when you're doing a lot of typing, a lot of rewinding, and a lot of penalties and clearing. It's not easy. So, huge shout out to Joshua Balliet, first time race controlling a points paying race by himself. Doing his thing tonight. He used to drive in the series. He was a championship driver in the first season of this Outlaw Sim series, and he's now race controlling on the third. We're back to racing at Daytona. New leader is James Gilliard to the point, but don't look too soon. Now he's surrounded by, oh goodness, performance sim sport vehicles. Greg Holt takes it to the lead. He's got Jason Miz behind, who won the season opener last year. Andrew Schroeder and Rob Pendleton. Don't look too soon. Here comes the performance sim sport cars, all swarming the 33 of James Gilliard right now.
Yeah, exactly. James Gilliard put him a fight. He knew that outside line was going to work and eventually and get him to the front. He said that in his pre-race interview. I think he may have abandoned it too early, but no matter what happened there, he was kind of in a pickle with the Performance Sim Sports guys. They definitely would have jumped down out of line behind him and kind of left him to the wolves there. So maybe the best decision for him was to get in front. But those three cars right there, Performance Sim Sports, all to the front there, and that outside lane is moving.
So the Performance Sim Sport cars get cleared to the lead of this race. Kevin Thompson and Andrew St. Cour. How about Andrew St. Cour making his return to the Outlaw Sim Series? He ran a very limited part-time schedule last season. He was, I believe he was a full-time driver up until about playoff time in Season 1. Andrew St. Cour back in action, the Outlaw Sim Series, in that number 12 machine. And he's going at it. He's trying to get the fourth right here.
Yep, trying to get the fourth, split up those Performance Sim Sports guys when you can. That's kind of how you have to beat this team. They work so well together. You got to split them up and keep them from going. It's kind of like the Penske and Stewart-Haas guys. That's how you beat those Fords. You split them up and don't let them get together nose to tail. They seem to be the best ones of the five cars in the wall.
Yeah, shockwaves to the outside lane. Setzer and Zala trying to avoid one another, and something happened in that outside lane. Everybody started checking up. Not sure what happened.
It looks like it just kind of stalled out, which can happen from time to time in that outside lane. It just kind of stalls when guys start dropping out of it, and you just lose the momentum. And when that happens, 4 or 5 cars deep, kind of the similar situation with that first incident with Max Service getting into the back of the Carolina Panthers car. You know, it just stacks up on you, and you just don't have time to react until it's too late, or you kind of move out of line and end up in the wall like the 5 car did. So
here we go. This is a
move.
move.
Nature.
This is a move to try to get Pendleton lined up with his teammates. He couldn't get down there. So it's still 3 Performance Sim Sport cars at the front of this pack, but Pendleton was not able to get clear. Now Tyler Markle, now Jacob Zala. They're going to have to work with Gilliard if they want to rival the Performance Sim Sport cars at the front of the pack.
Yeah, they definitely are, and this is, you know, kind of, again, how you have to beat them. They're going to have to work with the 33, go where he goes. Right now, they're not all clear of the 05, but they are working on getting clear, that inside lane really moving, and now Pendleton is kind of left alone. The rest of the cars in that outside lane drop down to the bottom. He's going to get freight trained.
He's not going to be able to get in line.
Yep, he's going to get freight trained to the back of this lead pack. So about 3 cars left there. The 63 is the last car there, and then he's got to get in line quick because that second pack is not too far behind, led by Seth Berger.
And let's talk about it. Seth Berger leading the second pack. Is he damaged from Joseph Kazi losing a motor right in front of him? And to what extent can he be the lead car of this outside lane? He's got to also get Lingerfelt glued to his rear bumper. And both things are not happening at this very moment. it'll be tough. But they really got to start looking at that. They got to start getting on it before the performance sim sport cars at the front of the lead pack start to really dictate this race.
Yeah, and we saw, Seth Berger, he lost some positions there. He was about third on that inside lane when the caution came out. And he fell back to kind of the middle of the pack. I believe he stayed in the pit box, got damage repaired. So maybe that car is feeling a lot better right now. Julio Villalobos also lost a few spots. It looks like he got some damage repairs as well. Maybe not too bad as what we were thinking initially with those hits. They're able to continue, and it does look like Seth Berger is doing semi-okay right now. He needs to get that 65 on his rear bumper still, but right now he is not doing too terribly, losing too much time to that lead pack, but he is losing time ever so slowly as this pack is still battling with each other.
I was going to say, so what's happening here is Fogg is not able to get out to the 65, which is really the determining factor here. The third car has got to keep that second car glued to the front car. But the third car can't do that if he's got no help. And he's got no help because fourth car in the inside lane is still duking it out with the outside lane. They're side drafting each other, slowing each other down. So Lingerfeld can't stay glued to Berger's car, and now this whole pack is losing time. And they're not working they're working harder. They're not working smarter. They're not thinking about it. John Mickey, I believe, also got damaged in that incident as well. They're not thinking big picture at the moment. They are just continuously losing time, and they're not thinking about the potential of performance sim sport taking over at the front of this pack, at the front of this the field. They're now 4 seconds back. They were just 2.5 seconds last lap.
Yep, but good news is this front pack starting to get a little bit more wild again. The 21 and the 12, they jump out of line, so this front pack is also getting side by side.
That's Schumacher. Maybe Schumacher.
Yeah, just getting out of the way there, I think.
Yeah. Good on Schumacher for continuing on. He easily could have, just left after taking that big damage to the front end and call it a day, but he's still out here. He's trudging along, looking a little helpless in this race, but he's keeping his head high and he's still running.
Yeah, he's doing what, just trying to get some points here. He's going to run a full season, so every point counts in the end. He knows that a lot of cars are damaged, and there's probably going to be some more on the way. So, get out there, see if you can not pick up a few spots and bring home some valuable points. I mean, it is the first race of a very long season, but every point counts. And now we got some indecision here. 33 looked like he wanted to step out, but just couldn't make the call.
He's been working with Thompson a lot of the day, but he was not able to get in front. And now they're going to side draft each other. Miz, Hole may be noticing this, and he may be telling Miz to hurry up. He might be telling Schroeder to get on Miz's rear end, and they're trying to get themselves away from this pack, but it looks like everybody's starting to settle it out. So what they have to be telling each other is they can't be side drafting each other. They're going to run side by side. It's not preferred, but you cannot be side drafting each other if you are running side by side.
Yeah, unless that 21 is just dead set on getting to the lead and just pulling every car he can back. It looks like he's to the back of the 47 now, so he can start to side draft that 47, getting a big push there from the 12 car down the backstretch into turn number 3. So some big time pushes, some big time racing happening here for these this fourth spot, and trying to make moves on that outside lane. They do have a few cars out there to be able to do that. That 12 car looking very racy, giving some monster pushes to the 21.
A little bit of a lag spike there. I believe that more or less on iRacing's end, because it was a quick spike and we continue on. But yeah, Thompson and Gilliard, who were once working with one another, are now working against each other. But they are closing up on the 47 of Schroeder. Miz is doing his part, staying glued to Holt, but Schroeder not able to stay to the rear end of Miz. Now Gilliard pushing Schroeder up there may help out the Performance Sim Sport cars. But with Schroeder being that far off, that almost opened the door for that outside lane to really get organized here. And Gilliard now something amiss on that 33. He is not... he is losing time. I don't know what is going on. Maybe he's trying to get those cars down in line. Something is not right. The 33 is not running 100% at this moment.
Yeah, and something that some guys have kind of had trouble with and may have happened or may be an issue. I'm not sure. I doubt it. But I've seen it happen in officials quite a bit this week so far, where people forget that these cars have 5 gears. So the next generation car no longer has only 4 gears. It has a 5th gear. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like you can run in the 4th gear, but that 5th gear is, especially at these plate tracks, it's what we call the drafting gear, and it allows you to get these massive runs and just put as much revs in the car and momentum in the car as you possibly can. Again, you can run around in 4th gear here, but it's going to do what that 33 is doing there and really slow you down. So,
well, he's in 5th gear.
Yeah, he's in 5th gear, so I'm not sure what's going on with the 33 there. Maybe he's working out something with the 21 and the 12, but it doesn't look like it's working really well for them. Not sure, but he's definitely leaving a big gap. The 21 looks to take it. He does dive in line, so maybe the 33 and the 21 working together, possibly, or maybe not.
Oh, here we
21
go.
Back out.
Thompson going forward. He's gotten around Schroeder. I think he's cleared. He did not get down there. Schroeder not able to get any suck up here. Thompson needs a push. He's going to try to clear down, but he can't. He is. He's cleared into that 3rd position. Contact with Schroeder and St. Cour. Now he's going for 2nd.
Yeah, and this is some great racing by the 21 car. He's jumped in line behind these lead guys. He's jumped in line behind these guys, got their draft, got the run off of the cars in front of him, and is pulled right back out. That's how you get it done here at Daytona in this next-gen car. The lead as the 21.
Kevin Thompson to the point. How about it? Andrew St. Cour, he goes 2nd. Randall Barnett, Doug Soames. Look at the names. They're about to take over this top 5.
This is what you come for. This is some race we see towards the end of the race. Not really in the middle of the race where we are now, but, I mean, we are getting close to that stage 2 with 59 laps completed, coming to 60 laps completed. We're getting about 8 to 9 laps away from getting to the end of stage 2. This is where you need to start making moves if you want those stage points. We see that top lane has pretty much cleared the inside lane. Every single member of that top lane working so well together, and the 21 is staying up there, just pulling them along. This is kind of what we see in real life, Emerson. That outside lane is what pulls these cars along, and that's kind of where you want to be when you're running single file.
Look at this. The top 5, the top 6 never have won an Outlaws Sim Series race before. The top 5. You look at Kevin Thompson, Andrew St. Cour, Randall Barnett, Doug Soames, Jacob Sala. They've all ran. I think we're talking about 20-plus starts at the minimum. And none of them have won an Outlaws Sim Series race before. And they're all in the top 5.
That is amazing to think about. And to talk about that 5th place car, Jacob Sala, what an amazing run he had in the duels. He was involved in an early incident and was able to get that car fixed and get back up and finish in, I believe, the 3rd position and give himself such a great starting position for this race. He fell back a little bit at the beginning. He's now back up here running in 5th, and he's really looking to make a move as he dives in front of Greg Holt, as we're talking about in there. Big move from the 4 car. He dives in front of the 3, trying to make that inside lane work and pull them back to the front.
He's going to try. They got a little bit of a head of steam. But I think that outside lane just at this moment, the outside lane has more cars. Tyler Markle, I would be trying to hop out of that inside lane and go up top, but Tyler Markle looks like he's staying content riding behind the Performance Sim Sport cars.
I think he's in the mindset of what we kind of see Tyler Markle work, which is very conservative up until the very end of the race. He's very conservative. He looks to the outside. Now he's moving to the outside, but he tends to now he moves back down the inside. Look at that. But some indecision there from the 42. But a 3-wide move there from the 05. Takes it 3 wide through 3 and 4. Kind of splits up that inside lane. Kills James Gilliard's run. And up there's still 3 wide as they come off of 4. This 4 is loop.
I don't think Zala wanted to be any part of that. He kind of got out of the way.
Yeah, he gets out of the way. He's going to lose some momentum, some big-time momentum. If he's not careful, he could lose this front pack. So big-time move there from the 05. He does get in front of his teammates there. So now the Performance Sim Sports cars are lined up 1, 2, 3, 4 on that inside lane. They move back to the outside. James Gilliard going to get back in front of it. Now they move back to the inside. A big move from the 05.
That's a chess move right there. And now Setzer jumps out.
But still, that outside lane reigning supreme right now, just consistently running. And it looks like Kevin Thompson very content with pulling that outside lane along. And it's working so far for him. I mean, they really haven't lost a whole lot of ground. James Gilliard now completes the 5 car. He sucks up to the back of Doug Solms there. But, oh, now he loses kind of again. And then we got a yellow flag.
Caution on the speedway. Looks like Jonathan Jennings, our Pratt Tile and Stone Pole Award winner, maybe in this one.
Oh no, our Pratt Tile and Stone Award we didn't mention at the beginning, and I apologize for that, but we mentioned it last week. The Pratt Tile and Stone Pole Award winner was Jonathan Jennings here, and looks like he's run into some trouble. We'll try to get a replay here in a few to get that pulled up for you and show you what exactly happened.
So we'll look here. This is oh, Jonathan already went around, so this caution may came out a little later than when the wreck happened. Try to find it here. Oh, we're gonna come in a little late there, but problems there between the 55 of Jesse Adams and 91 of Jonathan Jennings. Try to get that one queued up one more time. Here we go. We will get it queued up here. This is Max Service leading this lane with Brad Bothwell, Jeremy C. Poole, Jesse Adams, Jonathan Jennings, and Jeremy C. Poole is weaving. I'm not liking the setup of this.
No, and then also we got
Adams
he
got
just
loose.
lost it. And Jacob Reeves, another close miss for Jacob Reeves. He gets through that, but yeah, that bright green car just lost it. It's very similar again to what we saw with Adam Gardner. Just that rear end just stepping out in the center of the turn when you're in that high lane.
And we talked about this as a series, across, Discord and Facebook Messenger and everything. And we got to get these cars more planted.
Oh, I'm not sure what happened. He slid up in the center of the turn, and it looks like it caught him off guard how much he slid up, and he tried to jerk it back down to the bottom. And I think that's another issue with the drivers having to get used to this pinion type of steering,
right?
Where it's a lot more sensitive. So that quick jerk just sends you around.
Right, and that's the biggest part about this transition to the NextGen car. Yeah, it's Daytona. Yeah, it's the the Cup cars that you think you've been driving this whole time, but you gotta practice. I mean, that looks like a lack of understanding of the vehicle right there.
Yeah, and we saw that. So we've seen that quite a few times from a lot of different series and also a lot of different drivers.
We've had the clash. We've had the duels at this point. That's more or less what I'm trying to say. We've had 2 races already to figure this stuff out.
Yeah, I mean it's a learning period, and of course when you're running in a draft and you don't really have an incident like that, so maybe that's something new that you just don't experience, where that car just kind of shoots up, and then in the old car you could jerk it back down, no problem. You're wide open the whole time, but in this car, when you jerk it back down, it's such a more responsive steering mechanism with the steering pinion that's used that you're just not ready for it, and just muscle memory is built up over time using the Generation 6 car. And now that we're in this Generation 7 car, that muscle memory takes over, with spur of the moment, split second decisions. And I think that is probably what, just to give a benefit of the doubt, not take anything away from the amount of practice that these guys have had with this car, or from, maybe it's a lack of understanding. But I think that's more what happened there. It's just the muscle memory of what you do in this car, or what you do in a car.
I want to go ahead and bring on up driver of the number 21, Kevin Thompson, who did a phenomenal job there in that little run right there. Kevin, talk about that run where you had to team up with St. Coeur and a couple of the Twisted Racing guys to kind of get together and get through. I'd say, I guess, like the big monster of these plate tracks, these performance sim sport cars. Talk about how that was all set up.
Well, for one, Andrew St. Coeur is my teammate with Twisted Axle, so
okay.
We set out to get the lead some laps and see what we can do. And this package is really, really great. at side drafting. If you're good at side drafting, you can make things happen. And I told him just stay up there, side draft the back car, and I would go down, get drafted, and pop back up and pull him along. So see what we can do here. We got a long ways to go and try to keep it out front.
Right on. You said long ways to go. You want to keep it out front. Is the plan to keep you four kind of lined up here?
Yeah, I think we're gonna work this out. That we're gonna be 1 through 4, if not 1 through 3, if we can get it at the right time.
Fair enough. Well, Kevin Thompson, before we let you go, we'll give you the chance to get a shout out. Who we got a shout out? Thank you. Who we got a thank for getting yourself to the front.
Twisted Axle, and y'all calling a good race.
Right on. Best luck to you, and hopefully we're talking to you a little later on, Kevin.
Thank you.
Driver of the number 21, Kevin Thompson. And this is huge. What's also huge, Devin, we have a one-lap shootout to decide the stage. So normally we go to static cameras and we, let the cars breathe. But with a one-lap shootout, we're going to go ahead and call this one. Green flag is in the air. 1 lap to go in stage 2. And the Twisted Axle cars all pull away. They are now all 4 clear. If they can get lined up here, their plan is going to work out.
Yeah, but the way that this has happened, that inside lane has got a lot of momentum. Those Twisted Axle guys not able to stay right on top of each other. And this inside lane right on each other here, they're going to make up some big positions as we come off of turn 2.
Here we go. Half a lap for stage number 2. Thompson trying to stay glued to St. Cour. Pendleton has a huge head of steam, but he's lost his help into turn 3 and 4. Less than a half lap to go, a third of a lap before this stage ends.
Yep, and Andrew St. Cour looking to possibly take the block there down to Rob Pendleton, but he is not able to do it. He's going to stay right in front of his teammate there. They're going to come around and take the stage 1-2 for Twisted Axle here. What a fantastic finish for them. A great game plan that we didn't think would work at the time, but again, that outside lane has formed, and it is on fire right now. They stay up on the top, and they run that outside lane. I mean, this is kind of what we see in real life. It is amazing to watch. It wasn't really working in the simulator. Some great pushing there from Kevin Thompson. But we weren't really seeing this work in the simulator, but now we're seeing it work as Seth Berger jumps out of line with Greg Holt.
And Seth does commit to going to that bottom lane with Greg Holt. Seeing them, they were, remember, what are we talking about here? Like 4 months ago, they were side by side for a championship. Now they're nose to tail pushing each other to try to get to the lead of this race mutually at Daytona.
Yep, they're trying to work together there. The Performance Sim Sports guys kind of got split up on that restart. They're not able to stay right on top of each other. But all of those Twisted Axle guys were able to do that. But the inside lane trying to get a push there from Seth Berger's the 3 car. And it's just not working. That outside lane has formed so brilliantly that they are just dominating this race right now.
So real quick, didn't really officially call it, but it was just more or less single file at that point. But Joseph Causey did win stage 1. I'll quickly run down the stage 1 ending at lap 30 and then the stage 2 results. But it was Joseph Causey, Pendleton, Seth Berger, Jonathan Jennings, Tyler Markle, the top 5 in stage 1. Followed by Gilliard, Holt, Zola, Villalobos, and Land Fox. That was the top 10 in stage 1. Stage 2 was Andrew St. Cour winning that stage. Kevin Thompson, Randall Barnett, Rob Pendleton, 4th. Matthew Setzer, 5th. Doug Solms got 6th over Greg Holt, James Gilliard, Seth Berger, and Tyler Markle. The top 10 in stage number 2. But we continue on now, and the names. I am losing it at the names. The top 5 now with Villalobos up there have not won an Outlaws Sim Series race. Villalobos is relatively new to the series. The top 4 are veterans of the series. But still, the story's up here as they go against 2 heavyweights that were in title fighting one another. They were side by side for a championship 4 months ago, going against a bunch of drivers who have never won an Outlaws Sim Series race.
Yeah, and I can tell you what, those two title heavyweights there, Greg Holt and Seth Berger, working very well in that inside lane. They're making it work. They're making up positions. That inside lane is starting to work with the pushing that Seth Berger's giving. But again, you got to be wary. We saw what happened to Joseph Causey. Too much of that pushing, and that water temp, that oil temp gets too high, the engine will go. And, I mean, what I'm hearing from Causey over the race chat was that he had no warning. He had no blinking red lights. He had nothing. He thought he was good to keep pushing, and it just went. So that is something to keep in mind for these drivers. He kind of gave everyone a heads up through the iRacing chat and just let them know that he had zero warning that the car was going to give and that the oil and water temps were getting high. So that is something to keep note of as we go forward in this race. And there's a battle for the lead.
Greg Holt with push help from his title rival, Seth Berger. Nose to tail at the front of this pack, going against the twisted axle cars of St. Cour and Thompson and Barnett and Solms. Side by side, a little bit of side draft action going on. How aggressive will those twisted axle boys get? They are getting their well-deserved TV time now. They're trying to not let that be stolen away from Greg Holt and Seth Berger.
They're trying their hardest, and we're only halfway through this race. And this is the racing we're getting already. It is amazing racing, very, very hard racing for this point in the race. We normally would see something like this. And Greg Holt rides up. There's some interesting racing going on. The side draft already coming out. Those twisted axle guys do not want to give up all the work they've done so far to get to the front. And they are working so well together. Look at the pushes from Kevin Thompson. The pushes from Seth Berger to answer on the bottom. This is amazing racing.
Turn number 4. It's still Thompson and St. Cour inverse order leading this field. Holt and Berger trying to upset the underdogs in this race. Trying to do what they can on that bottom lane, but they don't have, Pendleton is not staying glued to the 77, which is kind of holding the charge on the inside lane up a little bit.
Yeah, Pendleton not able to get right to the back of Seth Berger. He does down the straightaway here. Now they're all kind of hooked up on that inside lane. We'll probably start to see some headway made when they get into turn 3 with the momentum they built up. But that outside lane, they have kept it formed up so nicely and are running so smoothly up there that, man, they just pulled away again. We saw all the work that Seth Berger did to get Greg Holt to the front, and it's just kind of falling off as we see Doug Solms junk in front of Greg Holt. He wants to lead that inside lane a little bit.
This is a little bit of a team dynamic going on. Is this Solms going to be trying to hold up the inside lane for the team? This would be insane to think about, but he's actually shooting forward. But maybe this is an attempt to keep Twisted Axle in control of this race.
Yep, you keep Twisted Axle and block out both lanes, then you're guaranteed that Twisted Axle's going to be in the front at some point. So this is kind of the way, but Greg Holt, again, pushing the 67. He kind of dips out of line there, gets some air on the nose in the center of the turn, gets some side draft going on the cars to his outside to help slow them down. But what that does is that pulls him off the back of the 67, and they kind of lose ground down the front straightaway.
Now the outside lane really starting to come to life here. Holt not able to give a consistent push there to Doug Solms. They're starting to lose a little bit of touch here. Villalobos has now shown his head to the outside lane. And Villalobos jumps out in front of Solms, which is not what Solms wanted. But Pratt, I believe Pratt is down in that team as well. I want to double check that. I believe Pratt is a part of that group, and he is. So Pratt also playing a little bit. Maybe Pratt can get over here and keep control of the lanes for Twisted Axle. But 5 Twisted Axle cars at the front of this pack. Now Solms kind of mired in that middle lane, but 4 of them leading the outside lane. How about the story?
Yeah, amazing story from this Twisted Axle team that had such a up and down season last season. They had some glorious moments as a team, you know, where they were starting to build momentum and pick up some places and starting to become one of the top. Yep, one of the top teams. Exactly, and started to show what they could do on these super speedways. And again, they're showing it this evening here, but they're showing it ever so more. All of the advancements made in their program coming to fruition here as they are leading the top 4 in this race currently. Doug Solms again jumped out of line, and we see Kevin Thompson jump out of line, challenging his teammate for the lead. What that's going to do is bring Julio Villalobos back up on the inside with him.
This may be... Oh, we got a wreck! Big wreck in the middle of the pack! John Mickey went around. Huge accident. Berger, Velzy involved, and more.
That was a huge incident. The big one strikes just past the halfway point in this race. Last season championship hopeful took it down to the wire with Greg Holt, Seth Berger there. Damage completely destroyed on the front end of the 77 machine. So many other cars are destroyed as well.
Huge accident. We're going to try to get this queued up here. My goodness. My goodness. And a little far back here, I believe it was John Mickey, the first driver who went around, and John Mickey is out. Actually, I don't believe it was Mickey Van. Well, looks like we are... I guess we accidentally went live. Try to get that queued up for y'all correctly. Here we go. And,
Just a parking lot there.
wow. So it was John Mickey in trouble here. Now we have this one queued up correctly. Here we go. The 69 of John Mickey to the outside of Greg Holt. This is how the big wreck and the clash started as well. Holt on the inside, but this time I don't think Holt is involved at all. Oh no.
Just a bump.
Mickey got clipped by that 55. That's not the 55 with Jesse Adams. I don't know who that 55 is. Tyler Markle spins. That wreck looks bigger than I think it actually was, which is good news for the pack, but my goodness.
Yeah, a lot of big-time names, though, get some damage there. Max Service, Seth Berger, Tyler Markle.
Trying to see here. Is that Devin Smith up there? That might be Devin Smith.
It is. It is Devin Smith.
So here we go. We're right on board with Devin Smith. Let's see maybe what he saw. Accident. Yeah, this was Devin Smith in the 95. I think that things happen so quickly at Daytona. This is...
Yeah, I think he got just a massive run here.
He was getting shoved here. You gotta think about it. Like Seth Berger and more. Absolutely getting shoved. Trying not to hit the 69 and just know where to go. Oh, they got Gilliard as well. Schroeder's involved. Velzy involved. Here goes Schroeder around. Big hit there. I believe is that Schumacher again in the wreck? My goodness.
Yep, Schumacher. Causey back in the wreck. Just got back on the track.
Wow.
And involved in that one. Luckily for Gilliard, it looks like his damage isn't too bad, and it's also on the door of the car, so shouldn't impact him too much. But the Swift Racing teammates there, Seth Berger and Max Service, finally got hooked up together, and then this happens.
Not expecting to check up.
Miz
Lingerfelt, the 16 of Eric Pack. Marco goes around.
47.
Wow. Yeah, Schroeder.
Yep, Schroeder involved.
Wow. Wow.
Yep, so Performance Sim Sports guys getting involved in some wrecks here at the Super Speedway. Normally we see them up front controlling the race, but not to be tonight. Greg Holt and Rob Pendleton look to be the only two cars left from their stable of drivers. Still kind of unscathed. Pendleton able to make it through that one. But Causey, again, blew his engine earlier in the race, pushing Rob Pendleton, and then two of the other drivers, Jason Miz and Andrew Schroeder, taken out in that incident.
We're going to go ahead and step aside real quick. We're going to take a quick break here from the Daytona International. We'll be right back with majority of the second half of the action here on the far side of this break. Welcome back, race fans, to the virtual Daytona International Speedway. The iRacing.com safety vehicle will find its safety in the pit lane. We're back to racing from Daytona. There it is, Andrew St. Cour, Doug Solms, Andrew Pratt. The top lane, Villalobos joins him up there as well. Scott Bailey up into 5th. Thompson trying to find his way up there. Can't find his way up, but Barnett down on that bottom lane. Villalobos trying to get something going. St. Cour drops that caution on the speedway.
Ooh, the 48 again involved in another wreck. He was involved in an early wreck. Schroeder. Oh man.
Not again. We just lost these guys.
Yeah, now we're starting to see the old adage of cautions breed cautions here.
What's this? Maybe this. Oh no!
Oh, is that Tyler Markle?
No, I believe that's Fitzpatrick. Okay. Maybe. Oh no, Tyler Markle. Yeah, it was.
Oh, it was Tyler Markle.
And Causey again. Oh no. We were just talking in the break about Joseph Causey trying to get himself back in this race, and wow. Here we go. At the back of the pack.
There's Reeves.
Yeah, a little bit of misjudgment maybe. Let's see what happened. Reeves just stopped in front of Markle.
It looks like something happened to Reeves. Checked up there, and Markle checks up, and then he just gets reined back up, and then Causey comes in.
He tried to miss it on the apron, but Markle kept sliding down. Jeremy C. Poole in that one as well. Let's ride on board of Reeves, try to see what he saw. Maybe there was a reason for the checkup.
There was a lot of jockeying for position happening in front of him.
There was no wreck. And
I'm not sure.
He took a much bigger lift than Tyler was maybe anticipating. And there's the wreck.
Yeah, normally if you got that much space, you don't lift, so
yeah,
definitely not expected from the two guys behind him, and they end up wrecking.
It was a miscommunication, unfortunately time. But yeah, you are that far back in the pack. You know, there was enough of a gap. I don't think you had to lift, but it happens.
Yeah. And we already see that
Schroeder gotten it. Oh my
Schroeder.
goodness.
But we saw that Markle's rear end was already destroyed from the previous incident. So, being that it wasn't not in its full integrity, you know, that little shot, even though it was pretty square on the back bumper, just the integrity of that car, not what it should be, and that's kind of what shot him around.
Here's what happened to Causey. He couldn't see what was happening. Glued up behind the 47 of Schroeder, and there's the wreck. And he dives down low to avoid Velzy and hits Mark. Oh.
Just nowhere to go. Just nothing he could do there. Unfortunately, that beautiful Bruzy machine just not having the night he needs here at Daytona to start the season off. But Causey's one of those guys that'll bounce back. And, you know, it's not his night tonight, but it could be quite a few times this season I am expecting from that 88 car.
I want to hear from some more out of the Twisted Axle stable, and I want to hear from a driver that we don't get to talk to too much. Well, first of all, he runs a part-time schedule a lot of time. But Andrew St. Cour, you're up here. You're leading this thing.
Yeah, a lot of fun up here. Got some stallions up here working well together, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'll tell you, the adrenaline's pumping.
What's it been like to get all five of the Twisted Axle cars that were up here to work with one another and really be taking control of this race? What's the communication been like, and what's it been like to you?
Yeah, it's been really good. Honestly, we've been practicing a ton and getting the right setup, and we feel as a group we've put a setup together that's as dominant or competitive with any other team out here. And with the amount of practice and the laps that we put in up to this race, we had every expectation that if we could get up front, especially on the high side, we felt as though we could pull away or really not allow that bottom line to get anything going.
Fair enough. I'd imagine the plan is to just continue what you've been trying to do this whole time.
That's it. We're going to try to work together here in the restart and try to form up high, and don't be surprised if you see that happen.
Right on. Well, before we let you go, we'll give the floor to shout out whoever you got to shout out. Thank whoever you got to thank for putting this slow car up front.
Yeah, I just want to thank the team, Twisted Axle. Unfortunately, I think we might have one car out now, but we should. I definitely think we're going to have a chance to stay competitive here. So thanks a lot.
Right on. Best of luck to you, and hopefully we'll talk to you a little bit later, Andrew.
Okay.
Driver of the number 12, Andrew St. Coeur, is going to lead us back to the green here at Daytona. And there it is, the front of the pack. Twisted Axle 1, 2, 3, Villalobos 4th, and a long train on this outside lane. I think people are starting to realize there's still half the race to go, or I guess under half the race to go now, but still a lot of race to go, and no need to be as aggressive as these boys have been. And we're gonna see if we're gonna get our lap counter back here. Try to tick back over there. Another lap. There we go. I think it just needed a full lap under green to reacclimatize itself. There we go. We're at 88 of 150. St. Coeur leads Pratt, Solms, Villalobos, and Thompson the top 5. Pendleton up in the 6th, up in the 5th there behind Thompson. I'm sorry. Yeah, Thompson is there in 5th, ahead of Pendleton 6th. Bailey and Bothwell battling it out for 7th on back.
Yeah, and finally those two teammates, Bothwell and Gilliard, get together there. Looks like Gilliard's car again didn't take too much damage on that the wreck before the previous one. So he's able to get there with his teammate finally and get those two cars hooked up. And yeah, they're trying to make this inside lane work. They got Jason Miz behind them. We saw him take some damage earlier, but looks all right.
No.
And another wreck.
Greg Holt, Jacob Zala. Oh no! Zala gets collected by a bunch of cars.
Zala's front end is destroyed.
Max Service is in there. Oh no. Cautions breeding cautions, Devin. You said it.
Yep. This is kind of what happens when you get in these things. You want to make up as much positions as you can when you're all stacked up there together. And this is kind of what happens when you get aggressive there. We'll ride along with Jacob Zala, see what he saw out of the front of his machine.
A little bit of lag. That's not going to help. Oh, major checkup. Oh, no. And Holt got hit by Barnett. Oh,
just
and
nothing.
Jennings nowhere to go.
Yeah, Jennings nowhere to go. Zala nowhere to go. I mean, that was a like a massive brake check almost there, and just nothing Zala could do. He couldn't react that quick. No, I don't think anybody could react that quick. That was just, Greg Holt into your living room.
Yeah, Greg Holt. Nobody really had any time to react to that. Let's see what happened here. Just a major
checkup.
Stack up. That's not even Barnett's fault.
And then when Greg got into the 63.
Jennings just nowhere to go. I think this is only a 3-car accident. I think we got away with a lot there. But wow. I want to see what Jennings saw, because he had nowhere to... he tried to miss it and got unfortunately unlucky there. He's even off the lead pack with Setzer.
Yeah, he was hanging off the lead pack trying to stay safe. And of course, iRacing's updated the model of the spins here with the smoke clouds, very much similar to real life. Oh, it just, yeah, Zala's car was just, couldn't steer. The front
Yeah.
end was gone.
Yeah, he had taken big damage, and Jennings thought he picked the right lane. And wrong place, wrong time for Jennings. I mean, I can't really put blame on really anyone here. This is a
No.
bunch of unfortunate circumstances all in one go here. Maybe Pendleton. Why was he laying off so much?
Yeah, just the
21?
major. Yeah, it was just the major stack up there, and then once that happened, it looks like Holt and the 63 got contact one time, and then the second time Holt was a little bit too far inside of the 63, and it just hooked him.
I want to see the stack up here. What caused it? Thompson got up to the 45. Pendleton did not get up to the 21.
Just stacked up behind Pendleton there, and then you see Holt and 63 make contact.
Unfortunate. Wow. And
yeah, that's a race ruin there for Zala. He's been doing so good the whole race.
Yeah.
Kind of staying out of trouble, staying clean, and just ends up in an incident not of his own making. So for a guy that's only racing part-time schedule, he's out here to get wins. He's not really interested in the points. So a big blow for his part-time schedule there. This was a track that he was really excited to run after talking to him this week about it. So. Unfortunate circumstances for him.
Space to the rate. Okay, we're not going green this lap. There's a lot of space. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was just wondering where the safety vehicle was.
It looks like some different strategies being made out here. So the 31, the 33 to the point here, teammates.
Right. So the top 5 and Max Service did not pit under this caution. And Jesse Adams and Fitzpatrick pitted on the last caution. Everybody else pitted this yellow. And you think about it. Think how many laps we have to go, Devin. We have 60 laps to go. These tanks can go about 35 laps on a good day.
Yeah, so these guys up front thinking, hey, we're going to have to stop again anyway. Maybe we can split these remaining laps in half. Maybe, just a little bit, maybe save fuel under this caution and maybe get another caution. We can save even more fuel, just the way this thing's going right now. So trying to play the track position game, seeing that all the issues are happening kind of in that middle pack. And maybe the front is the place to be here.
I don't think that race infographic is going to be correct. I think we've had more than 3 yellows at this point.
I think we've had more than 10 lead changes as well.
Yeah. But we can still take a look at the weather. The track has cooled off 8 degrees. The air temp about a single degree Fahrenheit, and the wind's still fairly calm out of the south. So the sun is working its way down out of the sky a little bit. The track's starting to feel it a little bit, but still 58 laps to go when we get back to racing, Devin. Almost a third of the way still to go. A lot of racing to go. We still have 22 cars in the lead lap. 21 are here with the pace car. A lot of cars alive. A lot to race for. The season opener, as the iRacing.com safety vehicle will find it. Safety in the pit lane. We're back at it from Daytona. James Gilliard to the point. He's got Pendleton behind. Pendleton. There's Scott Williams. They're in that. Well, he's in the wrong numbered vehicle again. But Scott Williams is the 64 car. Supposed to be the 64. He's got the 00 on his car, so we'll have to get him that corrected for next week. Rob Pendleton jumps out from behind the 33 of James Gilliard, and to the point goes the 05.
Yeah, the 05 using the outside lane. We've seen that it's been working for at least one team, Twisted Axle. He uses it there to get around Gilliard, but brings some cars with him, and then he promptly jumps back down to the inside. So maybe those Performance M Sports cars, they like the inside lane, whereas the Twisted Axle guys like the outside lane. So when these Twisted Axle fellas get back up here, I'm sure they will find their way back up here. When that happens, we could see a big battle again between that outside lane and inside, but a little bit of a breakaway here for these front two cars as there's battling going on behind them.
Yeah, they're starting to gap a little bit. Max Service, oh my god, with that damaged machine, is up here in the top 5 and still going strong. Wow. At this point, I don't think there's many clean vehicles. The people that have been up front are still relatively clean. Fitzpatrick's 2 car looks clean, but other than that, there's signs of wrecked race car all over the front of this pack.
Yeah, but the thing is, as long as you're not leading that pack, you can really get away with a little bit of damage there. I mean, maybe in Max's case, a lot of damage, but you can get away with that here as long as you stay in the draft and have guys behind you to help push you back up there. So for Max, just to kind of ride here is the name of the game for him. He really can't lead a line or get out and try and make moves. He's really got to just rely on the people around him to keep him where he's at. That inside lane working very well right now as we see. Looks like James Gilliard going back to the point. Rob Pendleton has kind of lost back positions and wrecking behind.
Oh no, and here we go. Jason Miz. Looks like Miz actually missed it.
Seth Berger involved, I'm seeing.
Berger. Oh no, somebody took a bite out of that rear end. My goodness.
Yeah, Julio Villalobos also involved.
I was just about to say, Gilliard got the lead, and I think he got help from his teammate Brad Bothwell. And then he kind of left Bothwell out to dry. Here we go. This is still in the lead pack here.
No, it looks like Seth tried to move down to get to the inside lane,
Wow.
just was not clear of Matthew Setzer there, and just kind of gets turned into the wall. And unfortunately,
It's not a move I think Seth would make.
yeah, that's
I'm a little
that's
surprised
interesting
with
move
that
there.
From a champion of the league, champion of the series. That's more of a rookie mistake from a driver of his caliber, a driver who's made it to the championship for 2 seasons in a row and a champion.
He sees that outside lane. They're starting to lose people. He sees the guys in front of him. His teammates already dropped down. He sees the 37 wiggle there. Maybe that had something to do with it.
Maybe. I'll take an onboard.
Yeah, Miz did get a little bit of a shot there. And Julio Villalobos, unfortunately, also involved.
Right on board with Seth, and we'll see what he saw at the front end and determine, what maybe coulda, shoulda happened here.
I think it's that bobble right there. Maybe he was trying to take it to the middle and just
Maybe
overestimated, overcorrected.
That was, yeah. And while everybody, I will say everybody's still learning the vehicle. But
I mean, it could go back again to the steering pinion.
right, and I mean, we're still asking. We've been running Daytona officials all week, and we're still asking, what pinion feels better to you? What pinion this? What pinion that? And I don't know. I mean, again, I know it's a new vehicle, but Seth and I were talking last night about the new virtual mirror, the new mirror in these vehicles. They're no longer physical mirrors; they are now cameras, like we see in sports cars. There's a rear camera on every single one of these cars, and that is what acts as the mirror. We were just talking about this, and I don't know what happened there. I don't know if Seth thought maybe he was clear, maybe he didn't see the 5.
It looks like his mirror was gone though on the back end of the 77 machine, just from the damage that he's taken over the course of the race. It's there before this wreck, but after this wreck, I think it's gone. But yeah, it looks like Maybe he was trying to get in front of Setzer and just overestimated the gap that was available.
Yeah, that's he'll take some heat for that one.
Yeah, again, that's not a move that we normally see out of that 77 machine. A veteran, a champion of this league. But, it happens to the best of us. We've seen quite a few of our, big-time drivers make some mistakes, have some unfortunate circumstances this race. Joseph Causey blowing an engine, Seth Berger being involved in a wreck, Greg Holt overestimating a run and being checked, having a checkup in front of him and just kind of overestimating the run that he got because of the checkup and being involved in a wreck. And man, it's taken out quite a few of our heavy hitter competitors tonight. So not many clean race cars left on that track.
All right. I also got to say to Burger Nation, I'm a friend of Seth. I can't explain that move. I don't know. But right, let's still look at the task at hand. We still have a race going on. Pendleton and Scott Williams. Max Service just lost a teammate in that accident. I don't know if Seth's done, but Seth's a lap down and still in the pit lane. Scott Bailey there in 4th. Seth Fitzpatrick in 5th. Joshua Land Fox 6th. James Gilliard 7th. Andrew St. Cour 8th. Andrew Pratt 9th. Jesse Adams the top 10.
Yeah, and now we're seeing those performance. Not performance. The Twisted Axle fellas, they're starting to work their way back to the front. And we know their game plan. They want to be in the outside lane. They want to make that lane work. And they're kind of getting back up here. Kevin Thompson right behind his teammates there. He's got 2 in front of him and 1 behind him. Greg Holt back in the race. He's back on the racetrack. Also, Max Service, we talked about him back on the racetrack. But again, not many clean cars. It looks like some of these cars up front are, but there's not many. You can see some damage there on the 00, which I believe is supposed to be the 64. But it looks like his front end has a little bit of damage on that right side, just a touch. But not many clean race cars that we about to go back green here, Emerson.
Intensity picking up at the front of this pack. Max Service goes to 2nd. He's got Gilliard behind. Pendleton still leads. Pratt now up to 4th. Fitzpatrick lean to charge the outside lane, but here comes Kevin Thompson, and that's going to get a couple of those Twisted Axle cars clear. They're going to go to the top side. Gilliard jumps up. What's Service going to do? I guess he's kind of stuck behind his 05 if he doesn't get in front of Gilliard now. And he will stay down there. Holt coming to the rescue on the bottom side. Now Pendleton leaves Service.
Yeah,
and here goes Gilliard
trying to block.
Oh!
Gilliard is saying, hey, I saw you pull that move on me earlier in the race. I'm going to pull it on you. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work, and he didn't really have the help. Max Service just getting to his rear bumper now. But it didn't really work out that time for the 33, but that was kind of a return the favor move there from the 33, remembering what happened a little bit early in the race to him between him and that 05 car. So maybe some more to come between those two competitors. Great racing from both of them. But those Twisted Axle fellas back up to the front, right behind Rob Pendleton. That's a good view there of Andrew Pratt running in 2nd place. Andrew Pratt kind of having a rough go last season. He had some good races, and then he had some races that just did not fall his way. But this one is looking very well. He's got his teammate behind him. Rob Pendleton's in front of him, the outside lane, working magnificently so far. And the inside lane starting to die just a bit. Looks like a lot of those cars down the inside lane have damage. So this outside lane, kind of a place you want to be. but there is some checkups going further in the back there. You can kind of see it on that inside lane, really hurting them. But yeah, it looks like all the strength is up here on the outside lane. Twisted Axle, this is where they want to be. And they're lined up again. They've got Seth Fitzpatrick behind them. Seth Fitzpatrick, a playoff driver from last season. And now he is back up there in the front in 4th position.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick trying to improve upon what last season was. Fitzpatrick looked early on last season like he was going to be a contender with Kazi. And so definitely there was races where he was, but Fitzpatrick's season ultimately didn't pan out the way he wanted it to. Yeah, Fitzpatrick looking to make another crack at it. He got one season under his belt in this Outlaws Sim Series. He'll go at it again. Bothwell starting to get some help on the inside lane. He's got Scott Williams in between himself and his teammate Max Service trying to join them on the bottom side. See if there's a little headway going on this inside lane. I don't think the Twisted Axle guys are going to jump out yet. They will not. At least Thompson will not at this moment.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for that 12 car to kind of clear this 31, get in front of the 31, then maybe they'll jump out.
Right.
That could be a good game plan, you know, to lock out that row, have numbers to take on Rob Pendleton, who's been very strong all day up front the entire day. And he's still doing his thing up there, getting a shove there from Andrew Pratt down the front stretch here. But the 31 machine is not wanting to go away quietly. He's starting to work his way back up to the front. And he's got help with him, but it's only 3 cars. Max Service not able to stay with him. And that damage from Max probably starting to take its toll.
Pendleton to the bottom lane now, looking to block both lanes. Twisted Axle, this could be their opportunity. But Bothwell is glued to the 05.
A huge push from the 31 machine to the back of the 05. That pushes the entire inside lane out in front.
4 clear.
Yeah, 4 for the leads there, and they're kind of leaving that outside lane a bit. Not too sure. Gilliard jumps up to the outside lane, and Brad takes it underneath him.
Bothwell going for the lead. No help. Williams stays loyal to the 05. Bothwell, no help. His teammate trying to find his way back to his teammate drowning. Pratt jumps out from behind the 31. He's not going to push the 31 to the point. Pratt goes to the bottom side now. Yeah, bottom side has the momentum, and I gotta say, here comes Pratt to the outside with Kevin Thompson. Pendleton tries to block. Pratt not content sitting there. Pratt would have jumped down if he wasn't going to lose his teammate right there, but he does not want to split himself and his teammate apart. Maybe to get a run here out of 4 together. They'll drop down low. Not yet. Or maybe they're going to be content running with the 05. Here comes Bothwell now without his teammate. He leaves his teammate on the high side. And Gilliard will drop down behind Bothwell. So now the alliances are starting to form. Twisted Axle gets together. B&G. And now Pratt going for the race lead.
Yep, and they got numbers on that inside lane. They can make this work right now as the 05.
Oh,
there's a
Gilliard!
stack up.
Everybody saves it. Service to the apron. He'll keep it going. Scott Williams jumps out, but the Twisted Axle boys, they get cleared, and now Thompson jumps up high. Pendleton takes it 3 wide. Oh, that's huge.
Thompson jumped up high, went a little too high, not able to stay in front of the 05. He falls back behind his teammate. Now Pratt's got to choose inside or outside. He chooses the outside lane. Here comes Bothwell on the inside.
Wow, and that was a job by Pendleton to split up the Twisted Axle boys. Here comes Bothwell now with Scott Williams. Huge shot up the inside. Gilliard trying to join with. Bothwell is not clear yet to the lead. And what lane? Is he going to stay on that bottom side with Gilliard down there?
Yeah, looks like they're kind of boxed in right now. The outside lane momentum off of turn 2. A huge push from Rob Pendleton down the back stretch as we see the wounded cars there of Seth Berger and Joseph Causey go by. Pendleton down to the inside. The Twisted Axle fellas are back all together. Some side drafting going on from Andrew Pratt. He's trying to pull his teammate back to him, put them back in the lead.
And Twisted Axle back together, and it's going to prove like the right move at that lap. Pratt gets the lap. Coming around this time to 41 laps to go, this time by the start-finish line. And we've got amazing racing at the front of this pack.
This looks like it's almost for the win here. We still got over 40 laps to go, just over 40 laps to go. But these Twisted Axle fellas are not content with riding in second place. They want to be out front. They want to be leading this thing, controlling this race. They're trying their hardest, but that inside lane just will not go away. Rob Pendleton's car, so strong all day, keeps fighting back. He again side drafts off 4, and it's the Brad Bothwell machine right behind him, pushing him all the way around this track.
Fitzpatrick, he's part of, I gotta remember the name, but he's part of John Mickey, Last Chance Racing, I believe. That's who Fitzpatrick and his affiliation is with. But most of those guys, other than Scott Bailey's still out there, most of those guys have been wrecked out. So he's kind of out here fending for himself. Got to find his friends where they find it. Pendleton, he's lost a lot of his friends today. He's got Holt out there as well, but a lot of his teammates have been in accidents today. Pendleton, he's kind of doing this solo.
Yep, and his car is strong enough. He's proved.
Oh, and around goes Pendleton! Oh no! Several cars go scattering. Souls is gonna turn Scott Williams. No!
Big wreck on the front stretch here. Still wrecking on the front stretch.
Gilliard is involved. Caution is going to come out.
Man, that 33 machine cannot catch a break.
I think there was an overreaction from Doug Solms there. This is actually going to help Pendleton stay in this race, because if we continue agreeing, Pendleton was going to have a hard time staying alive in this one. Pendleton got relatively lucky. When, with the spin for an accident to happen afterwards. There goes Pendleton. And, see there, Solms gets Scott Williams. Gilliard,
it looks like they got stacked up. Yeah, they got stacked up 3 wide and just not able to hold it through the tri-oval there.
Gilliard gets both St. Core and Max service. He got both of them. He got the whole house.
So yeah, looks like Bothwell's trying to get to the back and push Pendleton like he'd been doing the whole time, and just misjudged it. Yep, there was a 3 wide, and Doug Solms. It looks like the 00 just didn't know that Doug Solms was right there on him.
Ooh. Yeah, I know there's a lot going on. To be fair, everyone's credit. There's so much going on, a lot of moving parts. I just, Doug, why'd you overreact, man? I mean, that's what it was. It was a reaction. And unfortunately, the 00 reacted to the middle lane, and Solms kind of reacted to that same place, and that's why they went around. There goes Pendleton, contact with Bothwell. This is going to be hard for race control to rule. Is race control going to rule Solms and Williams, or is it going to rule Bothwell?
It's been called out as Bothwell and Pendleton, I believe. Right.
Well, and this would be a part something to debate, because the following the reactionary wreck doesn't happen if it wasn't for Pendleton going around, but Pendleton going around doesn't initially bring out a caution, so it's intriguing. Oh, I saw Bailey got sideways, and Solms followed, but Solms did not continue to follow Bailey back up the track. That's what happened there. So
yeah,
Solms
he just
was following
stayed tight.
Bailey. Yeah,
and he stayed tight on the 00 there. I think it's supposed to be the 64. He just stayed tight on him, and it just didn't. The 00 looks like just didn't know he was there that tight on him. So
3 Canadians in this wreck. All 3 Canadians right there in that one little pocket. Solms, St. Coeur, Service, and
oh yeah,
wow.
Yeah, he's just tight on him, and just nothing you could do.
Oh man.
Ooh, what a close call there.
Hey, Solms is getting up there in age, but that was some good reaction time right there.
Yeah, that was good to stay off of. I believe that was Gilliard,
right?
Who was up against the wall. So.
Wow.
So Performance Sim Sports loses one of their guys, Andrew St. Coeur, trying to work his way back up there. Actually, they lost 2 of their guys, Doug Solms and Andrew St. Coeur. So.
I mean, Twisted Axle.
Or Twisted Axle, sorry. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, Twisted Axle. They lost 2 of their drivers in that incident. I think that Andrew St. Croix should be able to continue. He didn't get so much damage, and we can see that, even with some damage, you're able to continue to at least push. But for right now, that's really hurting their stable of drivers and what they kind of had for their game plan for the end of this race. As we're getting down to the end of it here, and the first few laps, we went pretty caution free, pretty solid driving, and then that first incident, which was caused by the blown motor on the 88 machine, and that kind of triggered some plague of cautions here.
I want to go ahead and bring up driver of the number 2, Seth Fitzpatrick. And Seth, it's been a wild race. I hope I'm not jinxing you by saying this, but you got a really clean car for all the action that's going on around you. What's it been like from your point of view?
Oh, it has been a headache. It's just been wild. I'm ready for this one to be over with. Stressful.
Unfortunately, being up here in 5th with as many laps as there is left, there's still 36 laps to go when we go racing. I think it's only going to continue to get even more intense up here. Seth, you're starting 5th here. You can is your plan to continue working your way forward, kind of sit there in the middle, or are you going to maybe find your way back if this gets too crazy?
I don't want to go back at all. I want to just try to maintain what I got if I can and just keep the right runs and see where it takes me. Hopefully I can stay up here to the end.
Fair enough, Seth. We'll give you the chance to get a shout out. Who we got a shout out? Thank you. We're going to thank for your great running so far.
I just want to thank y'all for doing a good job, Adam for doing all this, and all my teammates for helping me with this setup and getting us going pretty good. So.
Yes, sir. Driver of the number 2, Seth Fitzpatrick. Best luck to your driver. Hopefully we're talking to you a little bit more later on.
Thank y'all.
So the 2 of Seth Fitzpatrick. He restarts 5th here. It's Andrew Pratt, Kevin Thompson. We're back to racing at Daytona. Twisted Axle clear out in front of the pack. First and second, Fitzpatrick. You heard he's not going to be too pressed to move forward. Max Service with his damaged car up there in 4th. Greg Holt, he's kind of lost a lot of his team help. He's up here in 5th. Hopefully, for our sake and for everyone else's sake, because there ain't many cars left, hopefully we can get a little bit of clean running in before too long here.
Yeah, it looks like the thinning of the pack has kind of commenced. We've got about 19 cars still running, but a few of those are damaged. You saw for a second that Kyle Lingerfeld was leading the inside lane. There's no front end on that car, and that's really not going to work to keep the momentum up on that inside lane. But this seems to be the main pack right there, all in your screen. About 13, 14 cars, and then there's a secondary pack. Back here that are kind of racing together. They're kind of racing together. They're looking at what's in front of them. We did see the 22. We talked to Jacob Reeves there earlier in the race. I know he has family watching. It looks like his game plan was to kind of get out of that lead pack. Kind of seeing that they're very racy right now, and there's been a lot of incidents. So he's kind of fallen back here to this second pack, just kind of riding along to the end of this thing. So that seems to be his game plan. We've seen him in quite a few shots of some wrecks, and he's kind of just avoided them all so far. Doing a great job there in that baby blue and baby boy blue and baby girl pink car there. So far so good for him with the game plan that he's running, but so far so good for these Twisted Axle fellas up front. They are controlling this race on the outside lane, making it work, and doesn't look like that inside lane really has anything for them at all.
So Devin, let's look at what lap we just restarted this race on. We restarted this race 36 laps to go. I hope you were saving fuel under that caution, Devin. Think about that number and the laps to the end. If we can go green to the end, woo, fuel mileage is a thing.
It is, and these guys, running behind somebody. So from the 21, the 2, the 81, the 3, they're going to be able to save fuel. That 75, not so much. That 75 was pulling, punching the hole in the air. He has the most forces pushing against the front of that car, so he's using the most fuel. But everybody behind him is kind of, satisfied with running half throttle, three-quarter throttle down the straightaway through the turns. Don't really have to push the car too much. They can save fuel, but that 75 machine not able to do that. Also, likewise, that 5 machine, Matthew Setzer, he's doing the same thing for that inside line. He's pulling that inside line around and not really able to save fuel himself, so it's got to get to a point where, okay, maybe you work with your teammate. I know the 21 and the 75 are teammates. Is it going to get to the point where the 21 needs to hop in front of that 75 to be able to get him to the end of the race? Or maybe they're thinking, you know what, we're maybe not gonna make it. We're probably just gonna come down and pit and maybe split this into half. Pit at 15 laps and then see what happens and see if these other guys can't make it. But man, if it were me, I would have been saving all the fuel I could, clutching it, turning the car off, everything under that caution. But I tell you what, they get a couple cautions here, Emerson, that could change the whole ball game. These guys might be able to make it at that point.
Absolutely. Listen to Stutzman, the king of strategy in this Outlaw Sim Series. Listen to this car. You hear that? He doesn't have to run full throttle like you were saying, but right there you see it in action. He's able to keep the same RPMs, and I mean, he's out of the throttle. Listen, out of the throttle. He is saving fuel. This is great stuff. This is what you don't get to see a lot of the time. You get to hear at least the process of fuel save at a plate track.
Yeah, that's a really cool shot there with the king of strategy. Jeremiah Stutzman won many races being the king of strategy. That second pack, by the way, is caught this first pack. But, Jeremiah Stutzman, the king of strategy, and we see it in action right now as we ride along with him. You hear him getting in and out of the throttle, using as least amount of throttle as he can to keep up with this pack and not lose touch. And, I mean, that's the master right there, the 71 machine. He is the master at these wonderful fuel strategy moves. As we see the 05 go by there on the outside, Rob Pendleton trying to put his name back in the hat after that incident. Kind of got saved by the caution, and he's now back up here trying to battle for the lead again.
Yeah, these guys are all back. This was the second pack, Devin. They're here.
Yep, they've made their way back, and they're trying to fight. Andrew St. Coeur, he was involved in that wreck a little bit. He's back up here. There's the 22. We talked about him. Jacob Reeves, he's back up here hanging on to the end of this pack, just kind of riding around, biding his time. And, yeah, they're back up here ready to go. I mean, we're getting kind of close here, about almost, 28 laps to go. So it's starting to become go time.
Holt jumps out from the outside lane. Holt wants to move. He's got a lane with him, too. This is where this could start. Real quick before things get too crazy, Adam Gardner has regrets to inform me that 56 has lost the motor. Oh, contact! They keep it straight. Oh, my goodness. That was close. And something tells me, Devin, we're not done with yellows yet.
No, you're not in that 37 car. It looks like he was trying to side draft mass service and got a little too close. Oh, the 12 car almost in the wall there on our screen. I'm not sure if he got it. He keeps up the speed, but man, it is starting to get pretty dicey out there on the track already. With, I mean, we're not even 25 laps to go. We're still 26 laps to go, 27 laps to go, excuse me. And it is getting dicey right now.
Yeah, we'll be coming around this time to 26. And again, everybody's close on fuel. But how racy do we get? Can people make it on fuel? Are you guessing that you can make it on fuel? Are you hoping? Are you praying for you to make it on fuel? What is the strategy for these drivers who want to go to the front, but also have that massive question mark in their cockpits right now? And then who knows if we're going to make it to the end green? I don't think so. I don't think we are, the way these guys were just racing a moment ago. And you know what, though? What is always a huge point is when packs converge, when two packs get together, when that second pack joined this lead pack. That's usually where wrecks will happen, especially like in official races. The pack did a great job of keeping themselves orderly and not really causing too much of a ruckus yet when they got up here.
Yeah, they kind of stayed in that bottom lane until they really started picking up runs, and what kind of set it off was the 05, and he was kind of at the back of that pack, pulled out a line, caught the draft of the top line, and it just sucked him up there. Once that happened, then the second pack started pulling up there, following was Andrew St. Court and Randall Barnett. You can see them right behind the 05. And that's kind of what started. They did it very, very orderly. Like you said, it was very tame how they got it done. But, yeah, this is where the racing starts. That 37 car ducking out of line there to get some air on the nose, trying to keep that car cool. Greg Holt, though, wanting to be pushed all the time so he can kind of get up to the lead, but just not able to get there right now. The 37 having some troubles keeping on the back of that 3 car, and you see it. They lose momentum. The 37 gets into the 63.
Oh no, and Fogg gets Barnett, and you know what? Fogg has been getting very close to that outside lane. Oh, not the cone. Fogg has been getting so close to that outside lane. I don't know if he's been trying to side draft or he's not in complete control of his car, but it was inevitable the way the 37 was continuously creeping up the track, getting closer and closer to that outside lane. Unfortunately, Barnett was the one that had to feel it the worst.
Yeah, and I mean, fortunate for Barnett, there's no damage. He didn't collect a wall or anything, just some tap there and a slide through the grass. So, unfortunately, that'll hurt his tires.
Scott
But
Bailey
it looks
involved.
like, yeah, Scott Bailey. I don't think any of them touched a wall. Ooh, the 37 almost did. Brandon Barnett did get the cone, but
all 3 of them are going to be over driver's chat right now asking for a flag clear. But other than that, I think everybody's okay.
yeah, just the slide through the pit lane there will get you a black flag for unsafe entry into the pit lane area. But yeah, we kind of saw.
Clear it.
Yeah, we kind of saw what was happening with that 37 car earlier when they were beside Max Service. He got up a little too close to Max. Max was able to keep it pretty straight in that one, but unfortunately, Randall Barnett not able to keep it straight that time with the contact. It looked like much bigger contact that time from the 37. So unfortunate for him. No fault of his on that one, but a bystander there as well as the 11 car.
It's been a moment since we kind of went out about into the chats, and actually I'll do a second thought here, because this is it. This is, if you pit now, you're making it to the end on fuel. Is there anybody who's going to choose to stay out? I believe everybody would come in the pit because of how close everybody was, just to get that security, and if there's overtime attempts. But let's see what the strategy is. I think this is one of the first times all race we're going to see pit lane. The good thing about pit lane here at Daytona is, while yes, there's strategy, you can take, choose tires and all. At the end of the day, pitting doesn't, really end your race. It doesn't really alter your race because of the nature of the pack. As Max Service and Seth Fitzpatrick, they stay out. Pendleton stays out. Holt stays out. Fox stays out. St. Court and Kevin Thompson stay out.
Let's see. These are guys who were able to save fuel during that run, not have to run full throttle, max down on the apron now, as we're watching the 75 get some fuel and tires, it looked like, as well. But this guarantees that those guys that pitted right there, they can make it to the end now. What doesn't guarantee is these guys up front. Can they make it to the end? It looks like Max is in full on save mode, down on the apron of the track. Probably has the car at least clutched or maybe shut off.
Well, you know
trying
what,
to save as much as he can.
Instead of speculating, I'm about to send him your way. We're
There
gonna hear from the 81 of Max Service.
Hey Max, this is Devin in the booth. Do you got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, how's it going, my friend? You were involved in an earlier incident, some damage on the car, but it looks like some fuel strategy being played right now. Kind of talk us through what your car's doing and how you're feeling.
Quite honestly, this thing is so bad out front, or like sucking up to anything, that if it's not like out front with no side draft or anything, it's not going anywhere. So I really need the track position, and I'm not really too concerned about the fuel. Obviously, I don't know if we're short or not, but the track position is just so valuable at this point, with the car being in the state it's been in all race. I mean, I've had 25 seconds of damage 3 different times, so it's not what I want, but we're gonna roll with it, I guess.
Well, that sounds good. I mean, you're not too concerned about the fuel, concerned about the track position. That's all well, but I know that the fuel's got to be getting close. Some guys came in and took the pit there to guarantee that they can make it to the end. I mean, does that even have you concerned at all about the fuel, or is it no, just focus on the track position? If we run out, we run out.
Probably gonna wreck again, so I'm not really too concerned. But I did look at the iRacing estimate, which is probably way wrong, but it's at 30 when we got that caution as soon as I checked before I let out the gas. But I don't know. We're gonna find out if it runs out. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. The car can't lead, it can't push, so expect us to go backwards real quick here, and nobody's really willing to work with us. They haven't all race along at all, so I don't expect them to here, especially with the car in the state it's in.
Well, we're about to go green. I'll let you get back to it. Before we let you go, will we let you shout out whoever we got to shout out and thank whoever you got to thank to get that machine to where it is right now, even in the state it's in?
We got to shout out. I think pretty much the entire Murdoch family is watching, so hello to them. And I got to shout out Burgers. It's on the hood. Go check out Seth on Instagram.
Well, we appreciate it, Max. We'll let you get back to it here as we're about to go green. Good luck the rest of the way. Maybe we'll be talking to you at the end there.
Thank you, Devin, but I have my doubts of that.
Oh, no. Well, you heard from Max Service, who's starting second on this restart. The leader has elected the outside lane. We're back to racing. 20 laps to go. On the back straightaway, St. Cour goes around. Oh no, Jeremiah Stutzman in this one. That car looks hurt. Jesse Adams is hurt. Oh no. Jacob Reeves got some damage in that one, I believe. Yeah, some rear end damage for Jacob Reeves. It looks like teammates there. The Twisted Axle guys got back together finally. All in a line, and Kevin Thompson giving the 12-car push in the middle of the backstretch and just hooked him wrong. And like I said in the open, if you get it wrong, it can have some dire consequences, especially in the middle of the pack there. And that's exactly what happened. Stutzman nowhere to go. Wow. Yeah, it looks like Reeves missed it. I think he just kind of slowed down and the car behind him didn't. He got crunched in the rear. But, yeah, unfortunate for him. I mean, he's kept it clean all race. To get through there with that amount of damage, I guess, would be a win. But,
Yeah, we saw. Max said there was going to be more cautions, and sure enough, there was. And unfortunately, it took out one of the top contenders. Like teams that we were thinking would be one of the top contenders here. Man, Andrew St. Clair had such a good race going, and
During that interview,
just
I wanted to butt in and say, well, if no one's working for you, Max, why don't you shout across the house and see if you get Andrew to work with you? But that is no longer an option for Max, at least at this moment. I want to see what Stutzman saw, because he had nowhere to go. And this is on board with Stutzman. He didn't even get up to 5th gear yet. And whammo.
yeah, and there's nowhere to go right there. And then we see he comes down. Adams gets involved. The 45 Villalobos involved. I think that's pretty up. There's still a guy spitting in the back there. But yeah, that's unfortunate for all of those involved. I mean, there was really nothing they could do, nowhere to go when that happens in front of you like that. You can't go down. There's cars down there, so unfortunately, you're kind of at the whim when you're in that outside lane. But I mean, that seems to be the fast lane. That's where everybody's kind of gravitating to. So,
well, we have a chance to talk to another driver. I'm gonna go ahead and bring on up driver of the number 3, Greg Holt. Greg, the 3 car is sitting P3. It's not been pretty. You've lost a lot of your teammates throughout this race. You still got Rob out there with you, but Performance Sim Sport has been slimmed out tonight. What's that been like for you? Kind of working almost solo, maybe working with Rob when you can.
You can't stop stepping on Legos, man. What the hell?
Oh no.
They keep hitting me. You just shed some more. It is what it is.
They're dropping them all over the track.
That's right. Yeah, it's that. It's like Mario Kart with Legos.
Oh man.
Well, yeah, I don't know. We'll see what we can do. I don't know as if we got much. I mean, Scott's up here with us. Rob's here. I'm here. I don't know if any of us don't have damage. So we'll just see. We'll try to finish where we can, and if we get a chance to make a run, we will.
Fair enough. If you're not able to find your teammates, do you think you got the car for yourself to kind of fend for yourself up here and try to get it done by yourself?
I highly doubt it at this point, but we'll do what we can. Depends on the situation. The damage that we've had, all of us and me, it just, I don't know as if we can go on our own. We'll see. That bottom side is so hard to get done, so you have to be sneaky if you're going to get the lead.
I was going to say, we've seen the dynamic of this race switch from the bottom side to the top side, and at this point I think it's going to be dictated by which line has the least amount of damaged race cars.
I don't know. I think even damaged race cars up top will probably be all right, but we'll see.
Fair enough.
But we're getting ready to come to the green, buddy, so
we'll give you
I got to talk strategy. Shout out to everybody at Performance Sim Sport, and thank you guys. You guys are doing a great broadcast. I've been watching it the whole time. Just stop zooming in on the Legos on the track, though, all right?
We'll leave you to. We'll get you back down to Performance Sim Sport. Best of luck to you, driver. Hopefully we're talking to you a little later on.
All right, thank you.
Driver of the number 3, Greg Holt. That might be the cause of all these wrecks, Devin. The Legos.
Yeah, the Legos being left all over the track, but that iRacing sedan is about to pull off, Emerson.
Yeah, the safety vehicle. Hopefully it's still got some gas left in that thing. Finds its safety in the pit lane. Maybe it needs a refill. We're back to racing. 16 laps to settle it at Daytona. Well, how about it? It is Seth Fitzpatrick At the front of this pack, he's got Max Service and so Scott Williams, Greg Holt, and Pendleton. They're all lined up 3rd through 5th, so they may be able to make a run at it. They're backing up a little bit. Service, he can't get up to Fitzpatrick. They're going to be sitting ducks here.
Yeah, I was about to say that was a good move by Max. Seth Fitzpatrick gets the start, and then he just pulls up after the line to get in line behind him and set himself up. He knows he really doesn't have a lot of friends up at the front, so that's kind of a good way to keep those track position. So here's the run.
Get lined up. Yep. They're going to pull out left.
Yep, there it is. So big run there from the Performance Sim Sports teammates that are still alive.
Oh!
Rob Pendleton gets kicked out of line, but they do the 00, the 64 car actually takes the lead. Rob Pendleton keeps his spot, but what that really hurts is Greg Holt. He continues to lose positions.
Wow, and Holt will get split from his teammates. Contact! Everybody's still trying to keep their cars in one piece. Everybody running over one another as the laps continue to tick down. Fitzpatrick trying to get to the outside. More contact. I think maybe Scott Williams is trying to back up that outside lane, and Fitzpatrick is getting a little antsy.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick does not want to get that 05 out front. They know how strong Rob Pendleton's car has been the whole time. Fitzpatrick pushes the 00, the 64, whatever you want to call it. Scott Williams down the front stretch, but Rob Pendleton is going to clear, and he's to the point now.
That was the plan. Scott Williams was holding up that outside lane. He was playing the team game. He's got his teammate now in front of him, and now they're going to try to lock bumpers and get away. But here comes Bailey, and Jacob Reeves has made his appearance into the top 5.
Jacob Reeves taking it slow the entire race, playing the long game, just get to the end of the race. And now he's here with 13 laps to go, trying to get his name in the books here with his first start here in Outlaws Sim Series. And he's got a good run. There's outside lanes checking up, bouncing all over the place. The 11 car, huge push from the 22 down the back straightaway.
Scott Bailey is clear to the lead. Jacob Reeves second. Greg Holt is third. Something happened to that outside lane. It is all jumbled up. Max Service jumps out of line. Scott Williams is not content. Reeves now sideways. Here comes Pendleton around Holt. He's not going to work with his teammate.
Yeah, Pendleton wants to be the leader. He is up there to be the leader, and he makes contact with his teammate. And he slows down even more. Max Service still 3 wide back there. It is getting crazy here at the end, but Scott Bailey's up front. Jacob Reeves in second. Greg Holt in third. Greg Holt's got his teammate behind him, though. Can they make the run? When do you want to make the run? Is it too early right now?
Yeah,
Max Service is getting up there as well.
They're going to wait a lap, but Fitzpatrick gets to the outside of Scott Williams. Williams was not anticipating that, and here comes Pendleton. They're going to go 3 wide. These Performance Sim Sport cars are not working with one another.
They are not. They're going free-for-all here, and that kills Scott Williams. He falls all the way back. Just sucker hold there, and what also this is doing is hurting Rob Pendleton. He finally gets Jason Miz to his rear bumper. Jason's going to stay with him. That's a teammate. Jason Miz has some damage, but still, that's only 2 cars down on the inside lane. They've got some work to do. Rob Pendleton trying to side draft to keep the momentum up in his car.
He wants to jump. Who's going to jump? Is somebody going to try to break up these Performance Sim Sport cars? Max wants to jump. Andrew wants to jump. But everybody's just looking. Oh, Gilliard! He gets forced to jump, and they get 3 wide again.
Yep, but what that does is split up those performance guys. And he jumps in behind Pendleton, doesn't lose too much. That could have been much worse for him. But right now, so far, so good, as we're coming to 10 to go.
10 laps to go, 25 miles to settle it. Scott Bailey and Jacob Reeves, they haven't been out here all day. But when it matters most, they're here. 25 miles, can they hang on?
They are working so well together to get up to the front, even with the damage that Jacob Reeves has. Luckily, it's on the rear end of his car. But man, oh man, that outside lane. We thought it was going to be the inside lane to be the one to be in, but this outside lane is trucking along. The inside lane, though, trying to get a push from Rob Pendleton. He's trying all he can, side drafting through the turns. He's losing touch, though, with James Gilliard, and he's going to suck right back to him and lose all of that ground he gained as they come off of 4.
Holt's trying to back up. He's trying to generate a run. He's trying to let these two kind of get out a little too far. Trying to see what he can do. You see Holt, he is intentionally backing up the field now so he can try to get a run. This is these are chess moves happening here at 180 miles an hour. And he's got his teammate now. Look at that.
Teammate.
Is it? Oh, they're gonna wreck! Oh no, it's gonna be a big one. There they all go on the back straightaway. Oh my, up and over is Gilliard. Oh, big accident.
Car's destroyed.
And well,
Fitzpatrick car destroyed.
Holt left one too many Legos out there. There goes a few more of his teammates.
And it looks like Gilliard can't get his car to go straight.
Oh no, that is huge. That was a huge wreck.
Yeah, those are some aggressive moves being played by Pendleton. He's trying to side draft the outside lane. And it looks like when Gilliard got to him to push, they were just not hooked up correctly. And it just sent Pendleton around.
Right there. Well, Pendleton came up to try to side draft the outside. He collected Fitzpatrick. Service had nowhere to go. He turned into Gilliard. There goes Miz as well. I think Max maybe was able to save it.
Andrew Pratt involved. His front end's gone. The 37 involved. And there it gets launched.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Pratt's destroyed. Fox is destroyed. Setzer goes under the 33. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Setzer got a lot of damage, though, before that. Fitzpatrick is back there, like you said.
Major.
I don't think there's a clean race car left on this track.
No, there is not. Yeah, there is. I don't know how. Oh, goodness. Let's ride on board with Matthew Setzer and see what he saw as it all unfolded right in front of him.
Yeah, this will be a wild ride going underneath the 33 of James Gilliard here.
Happens.
Oh my gosh. There goes the hood.
Junk. The field junked. That's about all I can make of that. That is.
It's like we have a junkyard wars for the Daytona 500. This might be it.
Here you go, boys. Hold on to your dinners.
Oh, this is going to be bad. No, not so bad there, but man, what an airtime from the 33. If this was the Olympics with the was it the big air and the snowboarding competition, that might have been a winner right there.
Oh man. I'll take this one. This is gonna be good.
And those twisted axle guys right in the middle of it again. I believe Pratt is destroyed.
The Gilliard goes around in front of the field. There goes 1, 2 roof flaps. They did what they could, but they cannot keep the car from going up when another vehicle hits them at 160 miles an hour.
He just got sandwiched into the wall, and then the third hit right here.
Oh. Look at that.
So it launched him.
Wow. Pause that shot. Seeing the underside of a NextGen car. My goodness. Watch that car soar.
When it's slow-mo like this, it's very majestic. That's very unfortunate for Gilliard. We were talking about it earlier in the earlier incident he was involved in. That 33 car has had some of the worst luck in the last season and to start this season. He's just had the absolute worst luck with being in the wrong place at the wrong time. He's had a very strong car most every race, and it just ends up in disaster for him. And I mean, it's got to get frustrating. I know he's frustrated in that 33 machine, but he does an excellent job of keeping the push forward.
Yeah, it comes down to being a surefire, at least being a surefire contender to make the playoffs in season 1, and having to miss the final races of the regular season due to an injury in the wrist, and the unfortunate circumstances last season. Devin, that's our field.
Yep, this is it.
Oh, man.
Now, I'll tell you what, the 2 cleanest cars out there are first, second, and probably, I don't even know, maybe first and second. Maybe the 21 is pretty clean.
Oh, man.
The 00 looks okay. I mean, Holt is banged up on the front end. I mean, even the 11's banged up on the front end. Look at that. And
somehow, even with 5 laps to go in this 2 cars, I still don't think we're done. The iRacing.com safety vehicle will find its safety in the pit lane. 5 laps to go from Daytona. Down the back straightaway. Scott Williams trying to make something happen. He's got Bothwell behind. It's Bailey and Reeves, and now Thompson, the top 3.
And we know Thompson's car is very strong. A twisted axle car, the lone, well, he's got his teammate behind him.
Barnett,
but he's damaged. Barnett is damaged, but Thompson's is pretty clean, and Thompson he has a very, very good, strong car underneath of him there, and he can make some moves. It is looking like that outside lane's forming up again. They're starting to take this inside lane and just throw them to the wind. Thompson backs off. This could be the moment right here. He's going to try and get the run.
Here we go. Under 10 miles to settle it now. Who's going to make that dart? Is anyone going to make that dart this lap? Too soon, says the field. We'll try again in a lap.
Yeah, it looks like this is just the setup lap right here. Thompson really letting it off, seeing how close he can close the gap. He dudes down to the inside. Here's the move.
He uses the hill, trying to get a push out of Scott Williams. 3 laps to go.
3 laps to go. Scott Williams just now getting to the back of the 21 machine. The 20-man machine really strong, but that outside lane has been dominant for most of this race. And can they keep it up? The 21 machine coming around turn number 2. Looks like he had a nose out in front for a second, but here comes the push from the 22 on the outside to the 11. They're going to push their way down the backstretch. The 21 has no help. This could be disastrous for them as they come off of turn 3 and 4. The 22 still glued to the back bumper of the 11.
Kevin Thompson and Scott Bailey, the top 2, duking it out here at Daytona. Reeves trying to stay glued to the 11. Bailey trying to get, Thompson trying to get any help on the bottom side. 2 laps to go. 5 miles to settle it. Everybody's starting to pack up.
Yep, look how strong that 21 car is on the inside by himself. We saw how strong he was on the outside, but he has 0 help. That 22 machine is pushing the 11 pretty much the entire lap, and Thompson is able to stay right with him for far, but now he has 0 help. They come off of turn 2. His momentum dies. Here comes the 22 and the 11. The 63 and the 3 jump out, and the 22 blocking.
And somehow they make it through the back straightaway. If all those blocks are coming around this time, can we get the white? Car in the wall! They're going to have to throw it now if it's going to be a caution. And there's the yellow.
There it is.
Caution is out. We will get overtime. Just when you thought 375 miles was a long race, it was not long enough.
Yep. Kyle Lingerfeld involved in that. Brad Bothwell. A few other cars as well. It looks like just all the blocking and then the stacking up coming off of turn number 4 is what caused that.
And this one's going to be a wild one. Let's watch back the entire lap. I mean, this was something else. We're going to watch this one back from the overhead view and see all the blocks go on down the back straightaway.
Yep, from the zoomed-in blimp view here, we see the big run that the 11 and the 22 got off of the turn 2 there. Once they got clear, the 63 takes the inside, the 22 goes to block, and then the 11 comes to block late. And that just stacks everybody up. Greg Holt pulls out of line to stay out of it. And we think we're good, but then here's Max. He dives in to try and get the run on the inside lane. Bothwell jumps up to take it 3 wide, and that's what catapults this thing. The 20, was it 65? Oh, big hit from Lingerfeld there. His engine's kapooied. You can see it smoking there.
Now Lingerfeld is donezo. Bothwell's going to try to give her another go. Oh, wow. Wow. I thought they were going to make it to the white. Alpha 4, I thought they were going to make it. And the Alpha 4, they didn't make it.
Yeah, it looked like it was pretty calming down for a second there and setting up for a wild last lap, but just wasn't to be. Bothwell got the run right there. You saw how quickly that closing speed was. And just Lingerfeld wanted to get out there too to get around Holt, and they just timed it wrong, so they end up getting into each other and bringing out the flag right before the line.
Yeah, 2 cars going for the same spot at the same time. It's not usually going to work. 2 cars can't fit in one lane. Actually, I don't even know if Lingerfeld made a move. I think Lingerfeld's momentum just carried him up the track.
Yep. And just with the draft of the car in front of him, it just probably carried him up the track, and the door just kind of closed on Bothwell. I mean, that's the time where you got to start making those aggressive moves if you want to win the race, and Bothwell tried it, and it just didn't work that time.
We're at the point now where caution interviews probably be frowned upon. From most of these drivers, they do not want to be the
they're focused.
Yeah,
they're focused. You got a green-white checker here to get the win. We have 2 guys up front here. Neither one of them have ever won. I think it's both of their first time in the series, first race. I know it's Reeves' first race in the series, so I mean, he's definitely probably on edge right now. And especially with his family watching everything that's happened to him. I mean, he has driven an excellent race. He stayed at the back, kind of contradictory to the strategy that I like to use here at Super Speedways. He stayed at the back, rode around, just took it easy, and then now he finds himself in second place, trying to get a win here in his very first race here in the Outlaw Sim Series.
Well, there is 9 cars currently behind the pace car on the lead lap. There is Scott Bailey, Randall Barnett, Jacob Reeves, Kevin Thompson, Scott Williams, Greg Holt, Max Service, Joshua Lane Fox, and Jesse Adams. Everyone else, they're damaged, they're limping. I mean, heck, there's only 12 cars on the lead lap, and that's Pratt, Joseph Fogg, and Matthew Setzer. Fogg and Setzer, they haven't even come close to catching up. Pratt is just catching up there. You see him at the back of the queue there. There's only 10 cars here caught up to the pace car with a chance to win it. This race has been an endurance race in many, many lengths.
And again, this is one of the noble 5 races where we're running a little bit extra length, and there's prize money involved if you decided to partake in the noble prizes. And there's a couple drivers up here with that are choosing to partake in it, so they got to get the win. If you don't get the win, then it doesn't count. So you got to go for the win here, and we're about to go green.
Here we go. This is iRacing.com. Safety vehicles in. We're racing once again at Daytona. Overtime. down the back straightaway. It is Scott Bailey and Jacob Reeves, the top two, trying to pull away from the pack. Kevin Thompson, he's got Greg Holt, and caution is out. Jesse Adams is wrecked on the back straightaway.
Yeah, for the guys that were playing the fuel strategy, they got to be getting close now. Well, actually, I think Max Service was one of the last ones, and he had to pit. So, maybe not.
Oh my goodness, they were 3x3x3 back here. What was going on here? And may not see it all there.
They just came together,
Pendleton,
Miz,
Velzy.
and Pendleton.
Oh yeah, Miz, my bad, yep. Pendleton, Miz, and
Adams.
Oh man, Setzer. He went to the grass. I think he missed most of that wreck.
Yeah, he missed most of it, but yeah, those guys a lap down there trying to fight for positions amongst themselves. They're going to end up costing an extra overtime here, but man, yeah, that's some hard racing right there for some guys, not going for the win, but I mean, every position counts, points count for the season, and you got to go for them. So they're trying to get what they can get, and unfortunately, they kind of get squeezed there. It looks like Miz comes down on Pendleton and just squeezes them.
Oh, Stutzman and Setzer did get into it. Adam Gardner, he blew an engine. He is back in this race. He is 37 laps down and still running. My goodness.
Yeah, he's had time. We've had a lot of cautions.
Oh, yeah.
To get back into it, 37 laps down and everything. Again, all the points count. So these guys that are running full seasons, you need what you can get. There are some takers on pit road, some of the guys in the back of the pack with damage. Most of the guys that are still trying to win this thing do not pit. So they're going to be going for it here again. It looked like it stayed pretty tame up in that front pack. They were probably trying to set everything up for the last lap. But these guys trying to get a little bit more. Oh, yeah, the 24 just kind of came down into the 05 there.
Well, Devin, it's a few more cars taken out of mix, but you know who's still in this mix? We're not going to interview him because, again, it's late in the race. We'll let these guys focus. But this 22 of Jacob Reeves, Devin, we talked to him pre-race. We know the story, the heavy heart that he's racing with, Jacob Reeves is, with the unfortunate miscarriage of his child this past week. He's running a baby blue and baby pink car because he didn't know, of course, what the child was going to be at this point. And he's racing with that child on his mind. He's got a lot of people here supporting him, watching us, watching him do his thing out there. He's been up here consistently, restart to restart. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but what a story that would be.
Yeah, I mentioned it in the interview with him. He's kind of the sentimental favorite for this race. He's got a good guy behind him in Greg Holt to help push him. I'm not sure Greg Holt's going to stay there. Greg Holt's, of course, is going to try and win this thing himself. But, to set up that last lap, it's kind of been a great setup here for Jacob Reeves. He's been playing these restarts very calculated, letting the 11 kind of get out there in front of him as the leader. And then the 11 pulls up in front of the 22. So they've kind of been playing that perfectly to keep that momentum on the outside and make this between those two drivers. The problem is you got two very hungry drivers behind them, and the Kevin Thompson and Greg Holt, that will definitely try to make something happen on that last lap. They'll probably try to set it up on this first green flag lap, but that white flag lap, look for that 21 and 3 to make some very, very strong moves to get this race win. But we saw the 22, he can block. He laid a very good block on the previous run that had against him. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be exciting. I don't know if we're done wrecking. To be honest, it's just, oh my goodness, this race has had everything. So it's only going to get better here.
Absolutely. Want to give a shout out to everyone here. We're now ticking over to 3.5 hours on the air. Devin Zimmerman joining me on the call. Ed Sure rocking the social media coverage. I'm Emerson, handling production and commentary. It's been a long one, and we're still at it. Here we go. Overtime attempt number 2. The iRacing.com safety vehicle. There it goes. It'll find its safety in the pit lane again. Make sure it's fueled up for another caution period if we need it. Green flag is back in the air. We're racing once again. Here the fanning out, they're wrecking for the lead. Oh no! Scott Bailey gets turned into the fence, and we're gonna have another caution. Adam Gardner in that wreck as well. Oh no!
Rob Pendleton again. Greg Holt's involved. Good gracious. There was some blocks laid down there. They went for it a lot earlier than I thought they would. I thought they set it up for the last lap, but they went for it on that green flag lap, and I think it took out all but maybe 3 cars.
Unfortunately, Reeves, don't think had much of a chance to avoid this one. We'll watch it.
He came away pretty unscathed, all considering.
See, he's gonna have Holt right behind him as well to add to that matter.
Yeah, he got a good push there off of 2 and some net code.
Oh.
So yeah, the 22 gets by, and then just the guys behind him just run in.
Look who's leading!
And Max Service is leading this race. What in the world? That car's no front end.
Oh no! What is this race coming down to?
We're gonna be racing a bunch of wheel and modifieds here.
Oh goodness! Like you said, goodness gracious. We've now made this race a 400 miler at 160 laps now.
I mean, we might take it the full distance at this rate.
Oh goodness, are we gonna have enough cars to do that? Oh, almost up and over with Scott Bailey. And the Pendleton, yeah, you saw Holt. Sets are still taking Holt through the bus stop chicane. They say you cut the course, Holt. My goodness. Wow.
Yeah, Pendleton there. He was involved again. Probably one of the strongest cars in the field. And the leaders are pitting.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone can make it on field at this point, so I'd expect that. We'll cut away one more shot of this incident. Everybody blocking.
Yeah, just blocking. Yeah, and the Max Surface.
Reeves rode over.
I've heard. Yep, I've heard it from from another iRacer that both of us know. Reese Schaefer, he's raced in this league before. He has told me time and time again that the third car on that inside lane is the place to be, because if there's a wreck, that third car seems to be the one that comes out of it. It's that's true. Where Max Service was.
if it doesn't happen packed up in the middle of the corner, that third car has the most options. It's I mean, there's a lot of cars behind it, but it can see probably the most out of the cars that are able to avoid the wreck. It really is. There's something about that third car in the inside lane. But we're not ticking over 400 miles in this race. This is our third overtime attempt that we're working here?
Yep, third overtime attempt this time. We see some guys saving fuel behind Max. They kind of got jammed up there. I'm not sure. I don't even know if he cares.
Oh, man.
We talked to him before. He said he wasn't even looking at the fuel counter for a bit there. But I know he did.
If Max takes the green and he runs out of fuel right after that, he's still going to finish 11th.
I mean, yeah, he is. So still a good day, all considering how that car looks. So he does have a clean car behind him, though. It's actually going to pull down to the pit road.
Williams is going to pit. It's going to put Joshua Land Fox in second. Randall Barnett
that car doesn't look much better.
Oh my goodness. Two destroyed cars are going to be leading this field to the green. Oh no. Well, I don't know if there's a non-destroyed car. Pratt doesn't have a front end. Barnett doesn't have a back end.
This is some amazing stuff right now.
I mean, Setzer doesn't have a front end or a hood. Trying to get
Yeah, that is a Willen modified. Yeah, Julio Villalobos.
Fog doesn't have a front. Everybody's missing front bumpers except Barnett. Jesse Adams missing both, a front and a rear bumper. Scott Williams on the pit lane for some reason. The only person on the lead lap who's got a front bumper is Randall Barnett.
And I mean, Barnett's been in a couple of incidents himself, so that's amazing that he still maintained it.
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I mean, there's some cars still kind of working their way through here.
I mean, we have cars out here that are 15, 27 laps, 31 laps down, 39 laps down, Garrett Velzy, that are just out here just picking up the scraps. Oh my goodness. Well, here we go. On the lead lap, it's Max Service, Joshua Lane Fox, Randall Barnett, Andrew Pratt, Matthew Setzer, Joseph Fogg, Jesse Adams trying to force his way in his correct spot. I think Velzy's going to give way there. And Scott Williams is trying to catch the field. But here we go. The iRacing.com pace car is in pit lane. We're racing again. Our third overtime attempt from Daytona. I can't help but laugh. Oh, they're wrecking again! Villalobos is going around. And another caution. 4th overtime attempt.
This is just starting to get a little bit ridiculous. That was at the tail end of the line.
These are lapped vehicles at this point. Hey, this is going to remind me of the first Daytona race in season 1, where we had a photo finish of 1/1000th of a second. Both cars had no front bumpers. Oh, they went. Oh, two cars went to the same spot again.
Yeah, they're always going 4 wide there.
Got to make sure all our safety trucks are still full of fuel. They've been used up a lot today. But I'm thinking back to race 9 of season 1. I think I was calling out race by myself at that point. And that was a 120 lap race. That race ended up finishing on lap 135. So 4 overtime attempts there. And yeah, I mean, they were trying to make their way around to 75 right there. Villalobos and Miz. And Villalobos just came down while Miz was down there.
Yep, and yeah, the 75 didn't get a good launch on the restart. That's kind of what put him in that position. The top 3 got a pretty decent launch, and the 75 is kind of left out. So that's kind of where we're at now. But it's still the junkyard up front.
I mean, here's this. Jason Miz is 31 laps down. Julio Villalobos is 9 laps down.
Yeah, and they're trying to pass the lead lap car. I mean, I understand trying to get positions,
right.
But at this point, just you could have given a lot of space there. You're not really racing for position between yourselves.
Yeah. Either one of them, Villalobos or Miz, they could have lifted there. It's not like lifting there would have cost them a spot at this point.
Yeah.
Wow. Like you said, it's starting to get a little ridiculous, but I still have my hopes. Oh, Max is finally pitted, I believe. Yeah, Max.
I mean, I think he had to.
I think he finally ran it out of gas, and he had to pit. Oh, did he just? Adam just blew the motor again.
Yeah,
oh no!
So Adam's motor blew again.
I was gonna say, what Yeah, Adam just grenaded the engine right there. I heard it, but I didn't know what had happened.
Yeah, this is
Lost the backup
yeah,
motor,
he
he
pulled
said.
off. Backup motor. Yeah, he pulled off the track, so good awareness there. He knew it was about to go, so he pulls off the track and tries to get as low as he can. You're going to see Max Service coming off pit road there beside him. Plenty of room. He pulls off and resets it. So,
Adam, stay in it, man. You might still be able to get back out there.
yeah. At this rate, I mean, good gracious.
Oh man. So that makes Joshua Lane Fox our leader.
Yeah, so Fox the leader, behind him Barnett, and then, I mean, I don't even know where it goes from there.
Setzer
So
and
many
Adams,
damaged cars.
Pratt, Fogg, Williams, and Max Service are the 8 cars on the lead lap.
And not one of them, sorry, 2 of them have a front end.
I think only Barnett and the pace car. Oh, Williams. Yeah, Williams has a front end. You're right.
Yeah, Williams has a front end, Barnett. The rest of them, no front end.
There goes Max trying to get up there.
Yeah, Max getting into his position as we're start to go green. Try it again. I mean, this will be the 4th attempt.
4th attempt, yep.
So, I mean, this is like real life. We're going to do it until we get it right.
Absolutely.
And the only difference is once we take the white, it's green until the end. It's official. So if they wreck, whoever crosses the line first. So they race it to the end. So kind of like how it used to be in NASCAR before they they took the safety concerns of the drivers. But sim racing, we really don't need safety.
We don't need to roll safety crews for pixels and virtual Legos.
Yeah, so, I mean, it looks like Greg's left a lot of those, but we're about to go green here for the 4th time, Emerson, so we'll let you give us the call here. Hopefully this time we can end it.
Oh, man. 3.5 hours now officially on the air and then some. In a couple minutes here, I would have gone with the hot mic. But here we go. The iRacing.com safety vehicle is going to go into the safety of pit lane again. And we are back to racing once again. Lap 165 of 150. Look at this now. It's 2 teammates up here. Barnett trying to get some. Now it's 3 teammates up here. None of them are front bumpers. Dark Horse Racing is here.
Dark Horse Racing trying to take it. They are pushing, trying to get to the end of this thing. None of them have any bumpers. A huge shove behind these guys. The 00 pushing the 75. He's got a front end. He's got speed. He's looking to the outside.
He's got a clean car. He's going to send it. He's going to find his way back down the line, and we will get the white flag presented by Whiplash Simcams. Goodness gracious. It's official, but we're still not done. Scott Williams picking him off one at a time. He's going to get help from Garrett Velzy there. Fox, he's got a block. What's he going to do? He's going to sit right there in the middle. Contact. He's into the wall. He 00. Then they're going to make contact with the 5 of Setzer.
Yep, so man, Josh Fox, a brilliant block in the 00, not able to keep it. Here comes Max Service to the outside. He's trying to get up to 3rd behind these guys. It looks like Josh Fox all alone up in the front of this thing. He's going to take it. Here's the battle for 2nd, though. Max Service looking to the outside of the 5 car. He's going to get around him. Here comes Max to the line. Josh Fox is going to win it.
Fox gets it done. Service 2nd. Scott Williams comes home in 3rd. And Jeremiah Stutzman, he pushes Fox to 3rd, and he'll finish 9th, 3 laps down.
Yeah, and then Matt Sepser, I mean, he ran into trouble at the very beginning of this race. And he just kept it on the lead lap the entire time with a damaged race car. He comes up 4th. Jesse Adams again involved in a early incident here. he keeps it on the track in the damage because he brings it home 5th.
Andrew Pratt 6th, Joseph Fox 7th, Randall Barnett 8th. The lead lap. We'll go through the rest of Heartbreaker's pages after post-race interviews. But wow. Dark Horse Racing, Joshua Land Fox. He gets it done. He's got his teammate Jesse Adams there to go celebrate with him. Matthew Setzer off playing in the grass somewhere. But Joshua Land Fox will come to the start-finish line and be able to do his own celebration.
And that's just a battle of attrition there for Josh Fox and the rest of these Dark Horse guys. They battled with broken down race cars all the way to the end. And, I mean, the car doesn't have a front bumper. And
nobody had a front bumper except Scott Williams, and he put a perfect block on Scott Williams. Oh, goodness.
I think Fox's car is dead.
It might be. Can't even see it anymore, either. Wow.
Yeah, I think he did the first burnout and it just died. Oh, nope, he's got it reversed now. So we got one gear.
No, I think...
Nope, I think he just rolled.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, let's go ahead and let's rip the Band-Aid off. Joshua Land Fox, a winner in the Outlaws Sim Series. How does that one sound?
Woo, I was sweating that one out. That was a wild race.
Rightfully so. Let's... Oh my goodness. You only led 5 laps. And I think all of those laps weren't even in regulation.
Right.
Oh goodness. The race was wild in itself. So many accidents. Nobody on the lead lap had a front bumper except the one car you had to block on the white flag.
Right.
What's going through your mind on the restart? I guess under the caution period when you see Max finally pits.
Yeah, I mean,
what's going through your mind?
I mean, I knew Max had a fast car, and I knew he was cutting it low on fuel there because I only had about 3 laps left myself, and I said I'm just gonna stay out and hope for the best. And I saw Setzer behind me, one of my DHR teammates, and I was like, yeah, we might have a chance at this thing. And he was limited on power too, but he did a good job. And that block on the last lap, I don't know if I put him in the wall or not, Randall there, but I apologize to him. Yeah, that was wild. Long race too. I'm very tired.
That was a long one for sure. But Josh, you spent your whole time last season improving your craft. We saw the results start to come over the course of the season as you got more acclimatized to the sim, as you practiced more, as you started to get more used to open setups. And I know it's a plate track, I know it's Daytona, but what does that feel like to finally get that monkey off your shoulders, to finally push through and get that victory through having all that hard work pay off last season?
Yeah, I mean, last year definitely helped. I was hoping to get a win last year, but unfortunately it didn't come through. But I came into this race knowing I'm good at restrictor plates, or try to be good, and I stayed out of trouble this one, and I didn't end up on my roof like I normally do at restrictor plates, so that's good.
I hear you're doing a part-time schedule this season.
Yep.
That's still the plan, even with the victory here.
Yeah, I mean, I'll think about it for a day or two, but that's the plan for now. Yeah, I'd like to run the whole thing, but I got other things going on, and
right.
But it's a good group of guys here.
Fair enough. Well, Josh, first time Outlaws Sim Series winner in the first NextGen points paying race in the Outlaws Sim Series, the season opener here at Daytona. Who do you have to shout out? Who do you have to thank for getting the job done tonight?
Yeah, shout out to everybody watching and sticking with it through the broadcast, and shout out to all my DHR teammates there at the end and during the whole race, really, and definitely shout out to you guys in the booth for sticking around and calling it.
Absolutely. Josh, well, congratulations. Again, tough feat to win any Outlaw Sim Series race.
Yeah, for sure.
In that fashion, everybody damaged except that one car you had to block in the final lap. A perfectly timed block, and at that, it's the white flag. Anything goes. Congratulations on your first
Thank you.
Outlaw Sim Series win.
Thanks,
Best
man.
luck to you whenever you come and race with us again, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Right on. And that was driver of the number 66, Joshua Land Fox. Devin, I'm going to go ahead and give you second place finisher, Max Service. You already talked to him once, but what's one more?
Yeah, hey Max, welcome back to the booth as the second place finisher. I would ask if you're expecting this, or would you expecting this, but I would say the answer would be no, probably.
No, I really didn't expect to be here with the condition the car was in, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a junkyard out there at the end. You had to pit from the lead. I'm assuming it was just you had gone as far as you could go on fuel, just needed to come in and get a splash. Kind of walk us through that that last green white checker and how you kind of made your way to the front.
So it really all started with having to pit for gas, because when I fixed damage earlier, I didn't anticipate it going. How many laps did we go over? Like 15 extra laps on gas, so didn't quite have enough. And quite honestly, on that run, if we didn't get that caution, it might have ran out. It was gonna be close, out of 4 or something, but whatever. We came down, started 8th. I was pushing fog. I almost turned him a couple times. My car was super good there at the end. It's almost like when everybody is destroyed, it felt really good, despite being terrible all race. But we got through there, got to the bottom, made contact at the start finish, getting the white, almost got killed off a 2 on the white, and then made it 3 wide. And from there, the car was moving, despite as killed as she was. But by comparison, she wasn't too bad, I guess.
Yeah, I think by the end there, everybody had about the same amount of damage, so they had to feel a little bit better. Yeah, starting that far back at the end of that, you were starting 8th out of the 8 lead lap cars. So, I mean, you said you were pushing fog there. It kind of looked like y'all kind of hit a stalemate there on the outside lane. That lane had been working well pretty much the entire night. We saw everybody kind of migrate to the outside lane. Was that kind of anticipated coming into the race, or was that something just kind of progressed over the race, being that outside lane dominance?
If you can get some guys up there that know what they're doing and can push really good, it's the outside lane's really, really good here. But if you can't do that, bottom's still kind of king. But they were dead set on working, and I didn't want to do that, but I really had no choice, because if I went down to the bottom and led a line, we were going to the back. I mean, simple as that. So just kind of had to sit in line with people all race, which is really annoying. I mean, I lost the draft 2 times this race, ended up in the 4th pack at some point. It was just an absolute disaster of a race for me. I was annoyed pretty much the entire time until about lap 110, when we finally made the decision to just go for track position. And from there, well, we kept it and we didn't lose it, and then everybody behind us died. So we ended up being one of a few reasonably clean cars, despite having to pit to fix 25 seconds of optionals 3 times, and then fix a minute 10 of optionals 1 time. So she was killed, but I mean, it finished second.
I like how you said reasonably clean. That's a good way to put it. I mean, I think all the cars tonight were reasonably clean. So, I mean, congratulations on the second place. I know it was not expected, but well deserved for the perseverance and determination you showed throughout the entire race. So, we'll go ahead and give you the floor. I know you've already kind of did a shout out when we interviewed you earlier, but we'll give you the floor again to kind of thank whoever you got to thank, making the world go round for the that Swift racing car that you had under you there tonight.
Well, we gotta thank the Swift Racing guys for completely bailing on me. I was on my own in Discord pretty much those last 25 laps. Seth came back for the second last green white checker, and he came back just in time for me to pit for gas. What a surprise, right? That's just how Seth operates. But other than that, I really have nothing. I mean, I got it out of the way earlier.
Well, we appreciate it. Congratulations on the second place. We head to Canada Tire next week. How are you feeling about that racetrack?
You know me, I don't like road courses. These cars don't like stopping. So we're gonna find out when we go there. Usually, I don't run too terribly bad, I guess, when it comes to road courses and Outlaws here. But I don't know. I expect a lot of chaos just because of how the car drives. To be honest.
Well, yeah, we'll be interested to see it, and it'll be entertaining to watch. I'm sure if this race is any indication, this entire season is going to be a wild one, to say the least. So, again, congratulations on the second place finish. We'll let you get back down. We appreciate your time, and yeah, hopefully you keep the momentum going forward.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe a little too wild for this one. We might need to tone it back a little bit.
Yeah, I could agree with what Max is saying there. We do have one final interview to get done tonight. It is driver of the number 6400. I don't know. Scott Williams. Somehow, some way, you're the only car in the lead lap that had a front bumper.
Yeah.
Trying to make something happen in the last lap. I know there was a block, but at the end of the day, white flag, anything kind of goes. But talk about the race. It was a wild race. It took a while to see you get linked up with your Performance Sim Sport teammates, but when you did, you started to soar through the field.
Yeah, it was. It took a little while to work my way through it, but once we got up there, we was pretty hooked up there at the end, and I don't think that block was a very good block there at the end, but it happens. It take it and go on to the next one.
Fair enough. Yeah, I wouldn't be happy either getting blocked there. So I sympathize.
It would have been all right if it wouldn't have been that big of a run as late as it was throwed, but he's doing what he could do to win. So, like I say, go on to next week. It's Daytona.
Fair enough, Scott. We've seen you in the series before make sprinkled starts. Is this a plan to maybe continue on this season with a full-time schedule, or are you still going to be running more of a part-time basis?
We're going to do as many as we can do. Job and stuff, it dictates that. So,
fair enough.
If that and I have the time, I'm going to be here every week that I can be here. So, in the car industry right now, you don't know. We might work overtime. We may not work overtime. So, with the way everything is, so I'm gonna do my best to make as many starts as I can make. Put it that way.
Right on. Well, Scott, a third place finish here today, not too shabby. Finally getting yourself a podium out of the few starts you made here in the Outlaw Sim Series. What's that mean to you?
It means a lot. I've been there. I think I had a North Wilkesboro. I think I finished top 5, top 3. Well, top 5, I think, at North Wilkesboro last year one time, I think. But I got a bunch of good guys that I race with and stuff, and I wanted that win tonight. I thought I had it, just the block. But like I say, third place I'll take, and we'll go on in points and see what we can do.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, Scott Williams, congratulations on the third place finish. We'll give you the floor here to shout out. Here we got a shout out. Thank you. We got to thank for getting the job done tonight. Getting the third place finish tonight here at Daytona.
Yeah. Thank y'all for putting this show on, and Adam for putting this league on. It's a good league. Good bunch of drivers around here. So I appreciate coming over here racing.
Yes, sir. Hey, let's get yourself in a 64 next time as well. So
well, yeah,
all over the place.
I thought I had that fixed tonight. But,
okay.
Before the race, I thought I had it fixed, but I think I'm going to have to delete that paint all the way out because I have a custom paint and a sim stamp, and I changed it in I changed it to Sim Stamp in Trading Paints, but evidently it didn't carry over. So I'm going to have to, I guess, just take the custom paint out for right now and just leave the Sim Stamp on it. So maybe if I'm back next week, it should be right. So
Right on. Well, again, I
where
appreciate
it's not so confusing.
we appreciate you trying, Scott, with that.
All right.
But once again,
Alrighty.
congratulations on your fair place finish. Best luck to you on your next Outlaw start. And yeah, hopefully we're talking to you then as well.
Thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir. Driver of the number 64, Scott Williams. That's going to round out our podium finishers tonight, Devin. And it was it was something tonight. We boy, we got a lot to unpack here. Let's go ahead and get it with these finishing results. Yeah, Joshua Lane Fox, he gets the job done. He wins. Max Service comes home second. Scott Williams, the only one who wasn't crawling to the line there in third. Matthew Setzer in fourth. Jesse Adams comes home fifth. Andrew Pratt makes it home sixth. Joseph Fogg seventh. Randall Barnett scored on the lead lap. He'll be eighth in that 63 car, but 41 seconds off the pace. Jeremiah Stutzman comes home ninth, 3 laps down, and Kevin Thompson rounds out the top 10, 5 laps down.
Yeah, and then it just kind of gets worse from there. Rob Pendleton, a strong car most of the race, brings it home in 11th, 7 laps down. James Gilliard, another strong car, 7 laps down in 12th. Greg Holt, last season the defending champion, comes home in 13th, 8 laps down. Andrew St. Cour, part of that Twisted Axle team that was working so well together early in the race. They bring it home 14th, 8 laps down. Jacob Reeves, the sentimental favorite, looked to have it in the bag for the first green-white checker and was working very well, and then was involved in an incident, destroyed the race car. He is not able to get back on the track after that. Comes home in 15th, 9 laps down. Julio Villalobos, 9 laps down in 16th. Scott Bailey, he took a wild ride on one of those green-white checkers. He comes home 10 laps down in 17th. Tyler Markle, rough go for him. 15 laps down at 18th. Brad Bothwell, I mean, it's pretty much a rough go for the rest of these drivers. 19, 17 laps down. Kyle Lingerfeld, 18 laps down in 20th.
On to the next page results, we have Seth Fitzpatrick, 21st. He'll be 24 laps down. Pratt, Tyrone Stone, pole sitter, Jonathan Jennings comes home 22nd, 30 laps down. Jason Miz, 31 laps down in 23rd. Garrett Velzy, 24th, 39 laps down. John Mickey, 25th, 40 laps down. Adam Gardner, he got out there, he blew 2 motors somehow, 26th, 41 laps down. Seth Berger called it an early day, 27th, 45 laps down. Doug Solms ran as long as he could, 28th, 54 laps down. Jeremy C. Poole ran, finished 29th, 61 laps down. Jacob Zala, he actually had a pretty decent race tonight. Ended, unfortunately, early due to accident, 30th, 70 laps down. Devin?
Yeah, and then to finish it out, Andrew Schroeder, 85 laps down in the 31st position. Devin Smith, he was involved in one of the first wrecks of the night, 86 lap down in 32nd. Eric Peck at 88 laps down in 33rd. Joseph Causey blew an engine, brought out the first caution, 94 laps down in 34th. Adrian Schumacher involved in that first wreck, 116 laps down in 35th. Derek McMurtry, he took a wild ride in that very first incident. He comes on 126 laps down in 36th. Matt Rogers, 128 laps down in 37th. Nathan Aldridge, 133 laps down in 38th. And Farron Elam Jr., 167 laps down in 39th.
Well, that's going to round out the 39 car field that took to the race tonight. Yeah. I lose my train of thought. Devin, let's just talk about it. We got a, I mean, I know our minds are burnt out, at least mine is burnt out from sitting here for 4 hours calling virtual race cars, but I gotta say, I'm thoroughly entertained. This was a great show tonight. We had amazing racing, and you know something that has been taken for granted the past few weeks, Devin? You kind of mentioned it a couple times. This is the most realistic racing we have ever had at a plate track on iRacing, and it's amazing. We got to endure it, and honestly, the way this race went tonight, I'm a little more pumped for Sunday's real life Daytona 500.
Yeah, for sure. It kind of showed us, we get a sneak peek of the next generation car before it really takes to the real life track this Sunday. They say that this car is the most realistic at these plate tracks right now. The iRacing has done an amazing job to get this car ready in such a short amount of time. I mean, the car's been out on the simulator for a little less than a year, but they kind of had it modeled after the Generation 6 car for a while, and then over time it started taking shape as its own car. Now they've got it to where it is pretty realistic for a real world racing at the super speedways. What's concerning is what we heard Max Service say is next week when we head to our first road course of the season, the brakes on these cars still need some work, and we'll see what happens when we get there. A lot of braking at Canadian Tire Speedway there in Canada, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what these cars do when we get to that track. But for the super speedway, it was amazing. I mean, some great racing, some side-by-side racing, some amazing moves pulled off by these drivers. It took us over 15 laps to settle it after regulation, so a lot of free overtime racing to be done by these guys. I know that everyone's tired and worn out, but that's what these big super speedways do to you. They wear you out physically and mentally, and you're just drained at the end. So even broadcasting, I mean, we're kind of drained as well. But just looking forward to the rest of the season. It's going to be an amazing partaking as this car develops. I mean, it's going to continue to develop on the simulator here. So every week it seems like these guys are going to have to relearn how to drive this car. It just makes for some entertaining races, and it also brings out the absolute best in each and every one of these drivers.
Well, as you said, still more to come this season. There's still more to come this week here for Pit Stop TV, and it starts with here. We have, of course, our upcoming broadcast this week. Tomorrow afternoon, I should say, here in the States. Tomorrow night, across the pond, over in England, we have the British sim racers touring cars taking to the track tomorrow at Brands Hatch. Should be a grand old time with those TCRs. I cannot wait to see. I'm sorry, GT4s. Cannot wait to see what kind of a show those GT4s put on. Because British sim racers, this has been a brilliant series we brought on here at Pit Stop TV. There's been some great racing action. Then we continue next Tuesday, or this upcoming Tuesday, I should say. We'll have the final round 9 of British sim racers Mazda Miatas, their Trophy Tuesdays at Mount Panorama. How about that? I can't fathom the kind of racing they've had all season at Mount Panorama at Bathurst. Just ran a 12-hour race there. It didn't go too well. I can't imagine the type of racing they're gonna have at Bathurst. That should be a fun race. And then Tuesday night, North American Racing League, they're back in action. They had an amazing season opener yesterday at the Hockenheim Ring. Tuesday night, this upcoming Tuesday night, the North American Racing League has their second race of the season at the Daytona International Speedway, because they're back here at the World Center of Racing to open up the infield. They'll clear it out of RVs and campers and stuff, and they'll race some Porsche GT3 cars through the infield. And here at the high banks of Daytona, cannot wait to see how that all goes down next Tuesday night. And then Wednesday, we're back at it again with the Outlaws Sim Series, round 2 of 36 at the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, presented by Beatrice Milk. Can't wait to see how these cars tackle road courses. I've heard a lot of mixed emotions about the road courses and breaks with these cars, but we'll finally see it all put to the test next Wednesday night, Devin.
Yeah, we will, and we've got, like you said, on the screen there, a great slate of racing to behold Thursday, tomorrow, and then next Tuesday with this British Sim Racing league that goes on. They put on an absolute monster of a show, a very cool setup, and a very cool the way that they do the spinning of the wheel to reset the field after their short sprint races. It makes for an absolute amazing product, so be sure to tune into those. And then the North American Racing League, always an entertaining series with those cars, those GT3 Porsches that they drive around. It makes, that's just a great league to watch. It's very entertaining, and they tackle some of the greatest tracks for those sports cars to race around, like Hockenheimring last week, and then back here in Daytona next Tuesday for that league. So don't miss any of it. You can catch it all on our social media pages. Like you said tonight, we were on quite a few of them, but there they are on the screen. Facebook.com/pitstoptv, and then Twitter.com/pitstoptv_, Instagram.com/pit_stop_TV, and YouTube.com/C/pitstoptv1, and also on Twitch, Emerson.
Yeah, we're live on Twitch tonight at twitch.tv/pit_stop_TV. And yeah, all those social outlets where we were live tonight, except Instagram. And Instagram, along with Facebook and Twitter, was manned by the amazing Ed Schur. Thank you for coming up last minute, brother, and doing an amazing job. There were some beautiful posts. If you haven't seen them, please go check him out on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. He did a phenomenal job. Go check out some amazing photos from tonight's race here at the World Center of Racing. Devin Zimmerman joined me on the call this evening. But that'll do it for Daytona. We're happy to have had you all here tuning in and joining us for tonight's action, and we hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. We'll either see you next Wednesday for the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park round number 2 here for the Outlaws Sim Series, or tomorrow for British Sim Racers Towing Cars at Brands Hatch.